Yeah. Better days, I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood, ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul boning. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. And have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, and always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith in my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah. Yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah.
Power. Who has it? Who controls it? And who does the Bible give it to? Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments presented by Titans Debate League. This is not for the weak-minded. This is not for the easily offended. This is a battle for truth. In one corner, Issa Kween, bold, unapologetic, challenging the system, arguing that the Bible strips power from women. In the opposing corner, Gideon Israel, firm, disciplined, standing on scripture, defending the Bible as order, structure, and divine design. The question, does the Bible take power from women? Belief versus resistance, tradition versus challenge, scripture versus interpretation. No dodging, no soft takes, just raw intellectual combat. Who stands strong and who gets exposed? Step into the arena and witness it live. Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? Yes, yes, welcome back. This is Coliseum of Arguments, hosted by Titans Debate League, and we are here today with Issa Kween. Tonight's show, Syncretism of the Bible. History rewritten, truth reinterpreted, but tonight the connections get exposed. Issa Kween, fearless, sharp, and unapologetic, breaking down syncretism of the Bible. How you feeling today, Issa Kween?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing amazing. Thanks for asking. That's kind of loud. Turn that down. Let me turn that down. What motivated you tonight for this title?
I was motivated by the fact that this debate is coming up, and I know one of Gideon's points that he's going to try to stand firm on is that the Bible has original story, right? Because a lot of the syncretism that you see, a lot of the Hebrew Israelites like to deny.
Hmm.
And they act as if their history is in a bubble and it's not within the history of their greater world. So I don't have time to talk about all of that in the debate because the debate isn't about syncretism. It's going to be about the power of women and how it has been taken from them. But this is a very important conversation to have when you're talking about what the power of women used to be and how it gets taken. Because if you live in a world where women have always been under your thumb, you don't necessarily look at what happened before your thumb came about. And that's what this conversation is going to be about, and that conversation.
Hey, let's go. Let's go. And that panel is open. If anybody wants to pop on up, feel free right now. We're running this like an open panel. Well, it is an open panel. And
Yeah. This is this is not like my evolution panel where I actually prepared. This is just gonna be me, pretty much freestyling, having a hopefully a pleasant conversation about this. Um, you know, if you guys want to come up, please join.
let me drop that link for Honey. I want to see you two chit chat real quick. You two are both in the women's tournament, and you might see each other somewhere down the line. So
Oh, definitely, please come
drop that,
up.
and we'll run that commercial here shortly when she pulls up. Drop that link for Honey Clark.
I'm still working on my debate, which is coming together very nicely. And I'm still working on my Evolution 102 Hopefully, I really liked Evolution 101 and Evolution 102. I'm going to highlight a lot of these transitional species that we were talking about during the discussion in the after show.
Super loud. Turn that down. How you feeling, OTK?
Man, I'm good, man. I'm good, man. Peace to you and the family. Hope all is well, man. Peace to the chiefness, Issa Queen, man. Hope all is well with you, goddess.
Everything is well with me. Peace to you. I hope all is well with you, the fam. Everybody is great.
Yes, beautiful, beautiful. I'm waiting for this. You said it's not a presentation. I thought it was gonna be a presentation like the one on evolution. You know what I mean? And I enjoyed that
Man.
a lot. I'm waiting for goddamn part two. You broke it down so elegantly. Hey, listen, I see this. I see your evolution builds going all the way down into eugenics. I see it. I see it. And keep doing what you do. I see you bringing it on home. You know
You,
what I mean?
you're funny. You're
Yeah,
funny
yeah.
for that.
Good job. Good job.
Listen,
You
we
are
could
doing
agree about eugenics all day because I promise you, we feel the exact same way.
yes,
I keep telling
definitely.
you. We can, man, listen, this is YouTube. I'm trying to be family friendly, but we can hate the Whipples all we want. Okay, we can have those
Mhm.
conversations about those racist scientists.
Yes,
Definitely.
yes, yes. I love
As a
building on
black woman,
evolution.
I have a
I did a
lot to
couple
say
of
about
shows.
it.
Yes, yes. And you know it's crazy because see, I want you to go into it because I already done did it before, but I want you to go into it so I don't want to expose everything. I just want you to keep your builds going on until you get down to that. You know what I mean? And then I can come in and add on when you get into that, man. But yes, good research. It don't matter if you can't pronounce all the words that they created, you doing damn good. You know what I
Thank
mean?
you. I appreciate that.
The more you read out there, the better you gonna get. Trust me.
Right, right. 'Cause they gonna miss me with these 15-letter words. What's up, Lucifer?
Peace, peace. We got Joshua in the building. The undefeated phenom, banging heads, platform to platform. How you feeling, Lucifer?
Yeah, man. Appreciate that. I'm not undefeated anymore. I took one loss.
Oh,
They niggas got me one time.
I
They
missed
got me
it.
one
I missed
time.
it.
That's all right. I'm back. I'm back on my bullshit. Like Mike MJ in 9-6. You know I'm rocking, man. But I had to come on here and then show love to Issa Queen because the last time I was on the show, she was the only one making sense for real. Let's be honest. So
I
I expect I expect to do some views and stuff tonight. So I'm here to support.
appreciate you. Appreciate you. Hope your day is going well.
Peace, bro. Peace, bro. Peace, bro. Yashu.
And we have Honey Clark in the building. I'm gonna get some questions going around about syncretism in a second. You want to introduce yourself, Honey, for the people who may not know you? Let them know what team you're repping, where
Oh,
they
it's
can find
good, y'all. Honey Clark, the bar reloaded, the barbarians, all of that.
Peace, peace, sis.
you. And tell them
Yeah.
where
Welcome
they
to the
can find
fam.
you. Just tell them where they
The
can
bar
find
reloaded and Titans. Shit, I started debating here, so
you. Yep. And at the bar reloaded.
had the bar
Damn,
reloaded.
damn, Bar Reloaded. You gave me a hard time in the chat the other day. I ain't do nothing.
I'm always give you a hard time.
I
You be
respect
saying
that
crazy
though, goddess.
things.
I
Expound,
respect that. Huh?
expound, expound.
No, it's
Let,
not
let,
our show. It's not this show.
yes, yes, yes.
It's the Queen
I
show.
want
But
let's
a dog, I'm gonna be on every Tuesday though. I'm gonna be on every Tuesday. So y'all got plenty of time to expound.
Tuesday night takeover for the rest of 2026. Uh,
So you want us to come on there and act like we the settlers taking the native Indians' land? Is that what you telling me?
No, no, what
Oh,
I'm
okay,
saying
all right.
is I don't got
Check.
nothing wrong with educated questions if you really want to deal with the information and stuff like that. Just don't come up there with all that gish galloping, like all that tiptoeing through the tulip stuff you did the other day. You know
Oh,
what I
I
mean? But
was
I ain't mad at
tiptoeing
you.
through the
Hey, you
tulip.
can't. Hey, you came with blood in your eyes the other day. You know what I mean? So I ain't mad. I don't know what the hell went on before you came on, but that's why I just sat back. I said, damn, Yashu going in. He looking for anything. You
Yeah,
know,
that was
so I
crazy
just
that
fall back. I fall back
everybody
when the
ran.
brother's a lunatic, when they done go on blood drop. I fall back.
My man A1, he said, "Hey, it's food on the table. Go eat at your leisure." So I came up to the buffet. Hey, my fault. It say all you can eat on the damn in the front of the store. So when I
You
go
a
in the
Israel?
buffet
You a
and I
Christian,
get
in
the
it?
fried chicken and the mashed potatoes and the fucking corn and the mac and cheese, you can't get mad at me. It's all you can eat.
He crazy.
Yeah.
Let's go.
But that's
Hey,
crazy
And I
though. At
took
the
some
end of the
yams to
day,
go.
dog, you ain't bother setting up no debate at the end of the goddamn day. All that talking you didn't set up not one debate
I
with
set up
7
two.
people, 7 different people.
I set up two.
Oh, okay, bet.
Actually 3, because I think you put one in the back. I agreed to it. Do fossils connect to modern
OTK is
humans?
debating.
He said he wanted to debate me on do
What?
fossils connect to modern human populations?
Yeah, I done debated before. I
like
mean, I ain't
All you
no,
can eat
I ain't no
buffet,
big time
A1.
debate.
All you can eat
Wait,
buffet.
you said do
Hold
they
up.
connect to the modern humans?
Yes.
What-
Do they connect? He's saying they don't.
How far back does he think modern humans go?
How far back do he think the fossils go?
Do you think modern humans? Because we know fossils. Yeah. Just where do you think
we really don't got no time period on when they existed or when they started back from.
Barbecue chicken.
Everything
What's
is
that say?
speculation. Everything is speculation. Everything is guess.
See, I
Hey.
should
They
have
don't
been on
have
that
no
panel.
data.
I could have took some of these debates. Yeah, Joshua
Honey,
always
Joe.
get these kind, bro, and that's stupid, bro. Like,
he told me that he wanted to
Can I
debate.
add
See, you
your
always
page?
talking to me. Talk to him.
Hey,
Hey,
Josh,
listen,
You
hold
want to
up.
debate me on this?
Joshua and Honey,
On
add
some
your
real,
destination
stuff
up top
though,
for me.
I asked Yashu where was he getting because he showed something on the screen that said a person was 90 something percent indigenous. So I said, who are they testing these people to? Modern day people or what? He said no, from fossils. So I say, hold on, they comparing fossils to people who's taking a DNA test now or
Yes.
whatever like that, and he said yes. And that was the end of that. Somebody else jumped in, and that was the end of that. I laughed at
I
that
got
shit.
some questions about syncretism tonight, though, Joe.
We get it back. Yeah, let's get it
We
back.
have one on the screen right here. Do you believe the Bible contains influences from earlier religions or cultures? Yes or no, and why? And we'll start all the way at the end over there. Honey Clark, you want to start this one off?
I mean, yeah, it does. I mean, it clearly says it does. They kept getting in trouble for doing things from other cultures, either around them or that they came from. Right? The Egyptian culture where they came from, they kept trying to mimic that, and then also just the cultures from around. Like they was the Israelites was getting everybody in trouble every time they went somewhere. People had plagues and all this dumb shit because they want to follow everybody but themselves, right? So that happened. Okay,
That is a common theme.
okay,
Yes. Do you think that it was borrowed from other texts? I guess I should put this other question in there. Second question. If two stories from different cultures share the same themes, does that point to a shared truth or borrowing?
Both, because usually the cultures are next to each other.
So syncretism at play.
Mm-hmm.
Add mixture of cultures, add mixture of the mythologies. You think that that's kind of what happened?
Yeah, because like stuff. I mean, it still happens today. We just don't accept it that much as like mythology, right? But it's just if something happens, and especially if you're in neighboring towns, neighboring cities, you see it, and then you all come up with the reasons why.
Let's go, Joshua. You want to tackle the prompt? I'm treating it like it's TikTok today. You want to tackle the prompt, Joshua?
Man, look, it's very simple. It's very simple. Cultural exchange exists in all groups. African Americans, a great example of this. You eat macaroni and cheese. Macaroni and cheese come from Europeans, oxtails. We can go on and on. Cultural exchange exists in all groups. So the people that wrote the Bible, these Middle Eastern groups of people, these people did the same exact thing. They borrowed and exchanged with older cultures that precede them. The whole Exodus narrative, the splitting of the sea, the idea of I am are from older Egyptian folklores, right? And of course, there's Mesopotamian older beliefs and systems that they also borrow from and draw from as well. People from the Caucasus, stories and narratives from them as well. So emphatically, yes, the Bible does contain influences from earlier religions and cultures. The Bible is not unique. The stories are just mashed up Near Eastern ideas put together and wrapped in a new package. That's all it is. So, I mean, to be frank, it is influenced from earlier cultures, especially the Torah was influenced by Mesopotamian and Egyptian cultures, and we got numerous examples of that. Like I brought up the splitting of the sea, the I am that I am title, that's in Exodus 3. The idea that you got to go back to these laws and codes to obey the supreme deity, that they're not the first ones to do that. The idea of a chosen people. We can go down the list of all the things that's in the flood narrative. The idea of men being created from dirt or whatever. These things have been shared and extrapolated from older cultures. So, indeed. VM.
Well, that's the entire conversation in a nutshell.
Yeah, I didn't know you felt like that, so I just learned. I didn't know. I thought you were. Well, you still might be. Are you a follower of the Bible?
I'm a follower of Catholicism. That's a difference. We don't follow the Bible. We follow Catholicism. Gang banging shit.
What's Catholicism?
You think Catholicism is in line with the Bible?
I have no clue. Explain.
It's not, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with the Bible. Show me the Eucharist in the damn Bible. Show it to me. Show me Lent in the Bible. Show me All Saints Day in the Bible. We don't do shit that's in the. But go ahead, bro. You get me mad, bro. I'm saying,
He talking about some weed.
So you roam gang.
Gang, man.
Okay, got it.
OTK, it's on you.
Shit, I agree with everything they said. I can't say no better than that, man. He put that shit together very elegantly just now. Very beautifully. I agree.
Got you. Yeah, I mean, pretty cut and dry.
Well, I got a question about. Now, isn't your debate about women?
Yes. So the debate is about how the Bible takes away power from women, basically. And I know that one of the things that he's going to talk about is how, the Bible, it's its own story that isn't connected to other cultures. He's going to try to separate the two. But it's really, you just can't do that. I just don't have the time in the debate to constantly reiterate that. So I'm doing this little panel just to show a lot of the syncretism that is in the Bible. So whenever I hint at it at my debate, we can just revert back to this day when I said it in its entirety.
I think that is wild that he is standing on it giving women power.
I mean,
That's how you got him to do that. That's some that's trickery right there.
man,
These are the people
listen.
who were like top-notch misogynists.
So you saying is a queen. So are you saying that the Bible adopted that from another culture? That's why they took the power away from women because they adopted it from another culture? Or you think it was something that the Bible started?
No, I don't. I would never say that the Bible started patriarchy Patriarchy, it has been around way before the Bible. But what the Bible did within colonialism is something that a lot of other cultures and their patriarchy didn't get to do.
So
So
Oh,
wait,
we're
you're
going to
not
okay.
learn,
wait,
huh?
you're not arguing that it's in the Bible. You're arguing what people did with the Bible.
It's in and
Mm.
what they did with it and how they use scriptures to then do the things that they did.
So what if he bring up the scripture on the part of the Bible where they highlighting the woman? Remember the woman whose husband died, and then she sent the son out to war. I think he died, and then she raised up another one till he was old enough. And I think it was another woman that went into war actually with them or something, and she gave them a speech or something like that. What about the woman like so-called like pastors, what you would call pastors or whatever, like evangelists back in the day? That's in the Bible. What would you say about that? Is that like so? Is the Bible like 50-50? Is it giving woman power and taking it away at the same time at different times? Is that what it is, babe? Is it queen?
So, what the Bible does is it absolutely has women that are anomalies, right? But we're not going to pretend like that woman is the the regular template for how women are treated in the Bible, right? Because if for every woman you could show me that gave a speech to a bunch of men, I could show you a man throwing her to a crowd to get raped to death, right? So
Facts.
we
That's what I
can't
was asking.
you,
Yes.
you
Yes.
so
Go ahead.
we're so and especially since, right, and this is going to be a part of my debate as well, where you do have these prophetess in the Bible, but then you also have scriptures in the Bible that take away those women's power as you go deeper into the Bible. So yeah, there was a time where they let the women have their own shrines within their houses and pray to the mother and things like that. And then there comes the Deuteronomist that comes through and tells them that they're no longer able to do that. And the women literally go crying in the street, like, please, let me please pray to the mother like I once used to do. And the men in the book tell them no. They even to the point of, I think there was a king, I forget his name, who literally punished his own grandmother for still believing in these old spirits that they used to once believe in, because we all know the Queen of Heaven is a real deity that has been erased out of the Bible.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Okay. I'm glad I
Yeah,
asked
I
that
would.
question because I was wondering if that was going to be touched on in the debate. Go ahead. Go ahead, honey. My bad. That was a part.
I would debate somebody that the God of the Bible can't tell women what to do.
And I would sit in the front row.
Yeah,
Front row, honey.
that's my own little teaching thing I got going on there. He
I
can't tell
love
women what to
that.
do because when you think like so when you have
Yeah.
when they first started, right? It was a, a us type God, right? That made them and everything.
Hmm.
Right? Okay, and there was a female deity, like you said, that he kind of pushed out. Her pole, Asher, all that stuff. Have a good day, right? It's just me, right? And so I feel like if she was still around, they would be able to tell both what to do. But she's not around, and he tells men what to do, and he expects for them to talk to the women because he don't tell women what to do. If he was to tell women what to do, most of his problems would not have happened. He tells men what to do. He wants them to try to make the women do it. But the men have the brawn, and women usually have the smarts. They're also sneakier. They're also everything else all throughout the Bible. They're thinking past whatever the men are thinking. So it's my thoughts that he can't tell a woman what to do.
Do you do your own panels?
Yeah.
Because I would love to come through and pick your brain. because I feel like we came to the same conclusion, but in different ways.
Oh yeah, yeah. I said he can't tell him. If he could, man, the Bible would be so easy. It says he can only tell men what to do. He can affect women, he can affect other people, but he can't command them. He doesn't command them. He never has throughout the book. Throughout the whole book.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. That's a part of what I I speak about when I talk against the Bible for women because I don't. The Bible is not for us. It's not a book for us. It's for them, by them, and they can have it. We, as women, we need our own female story, goddess story that understands what it is in our womanhood and not what womanhood is through a man's eyes. And that's what we live in. We live in what womanhood is through a man's eyes if you're doing it through the Bible.
But it also shows how men, because you got to remember, especially the Old Testament, they were constantly getting their asses kicked, and God was thoroughly pissed constantly, right? But that also kind of shows you what happens when you do diminish the woman presence
Hmm.
um in society, because even when the men were, when they had forgotten everything and everything else, it was a woman who had remembered everything, who had to teach the judges and teach everybody the culture and everything back. She held it, because women are always holding it down. But if you keep diminishing the women and you keep trying to move them out, you're going to constantly be like them, losers.
Hmm. Hmm. Exactly. Exactly.
They were losers. Sorry, y'all.
Yeah, so that's basically the conversation is about the syncretism. And a lot of what people are taking out of the Bible is what's necessary. Because if we still had all of these feminine beings that understood, like if Sophia was never turned into Jesus or a split nature between Mary and both Marys, Mary Magdalene and the Virgin Mary, you would have a more well rounded woman today. But I think that people don't recognize how long the brainwashing of women actually happened, right? Like, we talk about racism a lot, which is cool. Like, it's a all of us problem. But, like, the oppression of women has been going around for the last thousands of years. Ever since, like, the first like understanding of the oppression of women happened in those Mesopotamian tablets, where they're telling you that the prices of different people. They tell you that a man is worth 50 shekels, a woman is worth 30 shekels, a slave is worth this many shekels. Like, they're creating a hierarchy within the law system that we still follow to this day in one way or another. So that's why it's so important to understand all of these syncretic stories that we tell each other that also uphold the law. Because if people are still walking around thinking that the religion that we follow has nothing to do with the law, I'm here to tell you, you are mistaken. How we view the law, how we push the law is can be directly tied to the religion, especially back in these days. So
Absolutely.
I just want to give a quick definition of like what syncretism is, right? It's a off the cuff. It's basically when different cultures share stories and themes because of closeness or migration or trade or conquest, right? And when it comes to the Bible, you see a lot of the synchronicities happening through conquest, especially when Rome gets their hands on it. And Another thing that, I wanted to bring out was geomythology, right? And geomythology is where you find different cultures spread apart that have the same themes. And this is based on environment, right? Like great floods. You'll find a whole bunch of cultures that have a story about a flood because they live next to water. But you'll also find a bunch of cultures that don't, right? There's a lot of cultures that don't have a story about a great flood. Or you'll have volcanic eruption stories because these are memories that human beings are keeping throughout the story, right? And when you have these type of stories happening, you can you can go one of both ways, right? You can try to see if there is a clash between the two cultures that share the same themes, but that's where we'll take it into the migration versus the geomythology that just bases it on environment. So with that being said, I wanted to talk about like the Bible and the Canaanite culture, right? Because Canaan is so influential to the Israelites because that's who they are. Like as much as they want to, set themselves apart, they are of Canaanite culture. And it's more than just like, the taking of the L or the fact that Yahweh or whatever you want to call the God of the Bible. I know you have different names from him for him. Forgive me. We know we're talking about the same people. When you're talking about Yahweh absorbing the titles of El, absorbing the titles of Baal, right? And the Baal cycle, and absorbing Asherah as a wife, right? You you can't deny this relationship between these two cultures down to the language, right? The Yam, right, is literally a god in Canaanite culture. Sedek, like Melchizedek, Sedek is a god in Canaanite culture. Um, and the list, Shalem. These are gods in Canaanite culture that are words in Israelite culture. So in Hebrew culture, so you can't separate these two things. And a part of my debate is talking about these earlier times when they were a part of this culture. And I'm not even going to go as far as to just say the Canaanites. I'm also going to come up with just Yahweh and Yahweh having a wife and her being the queen of heaven and the people of that time that are talking about, his Asherah, his wife, right? That the Israelites like to pretend like it's just an object, which is very disrespectful to the goddess because there's no way you can tell me that these people know who she is, been in the been in the culture enough to adopt the language and not know that she was a goddess. So really, just in calling her an object, you're diminishing her power, diminishing the power of the feminine. And I understand that it's a part of your culture. Just know what you're doing when you're doing that. Um, Also, when you're talking about, let's just go straight into Genesis, right? First, let's say when you're talking about Genesis and what the old Christian scholars would say about Genesis, they're literally saying that this isn't a real story. These are the origins, right? This is different popes, all the way up to the Pope of 1996. Let me get the name for you. I'm sorry, this is an impromptu. Please forgive me. Um, but they're telling you that these gods, the story of Genesis isn't real. It's supposed to be, um, in a way, just understanding of how nature works, right? They're trying to, just like any other culture is doing that, right? Because we don't have these conversations about, Zeus and Kronos, or Ogun or Oshun and Neith and Ra. We don't have these conversations on if they were real people and walking on the earth. Like when we're talking about those gods, like we really understand that we're talking about what we're talking about. But for some strange reason, when it comes to the Bible, it's like this conversation of this needs to happen in order for their faith to be true. And that's where our people are just in a chokehold. But I'm trying to ramble until I find the names that I'm looking for, because I have actual quotes from these people, the early popes that are talking about it. GDN can actually tell you about. We had this discussion a lot, talking about these early Christian scholars. Give me 1 second. Does anybody have anything to say about what I've already said? I know I said a lot while I'm looking for these names.
I would agree with what you're saying, but I think to me the Canaanites and the Israelites are pretty much the same culture. I wouldn't consider them to be different cultures in that sense.
What?
I don't think
But
so.
wouldn't it be different cultures because they believe different things? Like, I mean, the
Not
devil's
really.
advocate here. The reason why you wouldn't have people, you don't have somebody fighting over if Ogun or somebody was real, because they're in the culture that had that, and that's their deity. People are fighting over if the Bible people are real because there was a specific people in the Bible that were supposed to be God's chosen people. And
Mm-hmm.
so people need for them to be real so that they can be part of them.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
I would
And
versus
now they
being
got
part of
dominion
everybody
over
else.
the earth,
So now
right?
they need for, it can't just be a God story. Like these people have had to have existed so that I could be one of those people and I could be a chosen
but you
person.
do
Mm-hmm.
but you
Like,
but you
so
do
they
know
fight
that
for that.
whole but you do know that whole idea came thousands of years later, right? That would not
I
have
mean, it's
been
in the Bible. It's in the Old
but,
Testament.
but, right,
What I did.
but that came thousands of years after the culture actually existed. They didn't they,
You're
at that
saying the
time they didn't
book
have the
came
internet.
after the culture existed?
This idea of fighting and this religious argument didn't exist at that time. That is a way later argument. Now in 2026, we're arguing that they didn't have those arguments.
They
Arguing
didn't.
what?
What?
The argument that she's talking about, as far as wanting
That
these
there
tribes,
was no. What do
That
you
was a
mean?
what?
No, they definitely
Characterize their
believed
words,
that they
brother.
were that there was a chosen people. That's not a later argument. That's always been an argument.
okay, right, okay, fair enough. That's true.
Now you see why this nigga ducked his fade over there on
That's
Paradigm.
true.
John.
You
That's
ducked your
true.
fade, bro. We were
That's
supposed to
true.
debate.
I
And I
wasn't.
got a
I wasn't
phone
listening.
call. I got a phone call saying you backed out, bro.
Of what?
You thought
I
you could
never said
hide.
anything to you back.
I've been waiting to get your ass. I finally caught you.
That's true.
You,
That's true. I never
you,
said any debate with anybody. I didn't actually
you
back
set
out
up a
of
debate
it.
with me live. What are you talking about?
Bro, no, I said I wanted to debate you. We didn't set up the debate.
We set up a debate on Kimmy, bro. Why
Oh,
is
yeah,
you on here front of
yeah,
your?
yeah. Oh, sorry. My bad. Yes, you did.
Yeah, then you backed out, bro.
I backed out from debating in general. Yes, I did. Yeah, I did.
You up here talking about the
I love
Bible
the
fake.
Yes, I
honesty.
did.
Yo,
All right.
I
you
did,
fake,
and I had
nigga.
to eat that. I did do that.
Crazy. I've never seen so many people run from one person in 1 week.
Nah. I didn't run from
The other
him.
day, the dude was like, "Yeah, I'm running."
I didn't run from him.
You over here like,
I
"Yeah,
decided I would not
I
debate
backed out."
anyone.
What
It
the?
wasn't specifically about him.
And that ain't about me. All right, bro. But what you said about
Specifically about
the Israelites and Canaanites being the same people, the
Yeah, they
Israelites
became the same
emerged
people.
from the Canaanites. They
Right.
ain't even
That's
made the
why I
same.
wasn't saying that they were the same culture. I was specific in saying that they were the same people, right?
Right.
Right.
Because
People
people
have a
means
point.
genealogy and
For
DNA and things
sure.
like
Yeah.
that. And culture, that could be anybody.
That's why I fuck with you. That's why I fuck. This is the smartest person on your platform. I promise you. When
I appreciate that.
no, for real, because like she keep making sense on this motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? Keep doing you. Keep killing. Keep your foot on these niggas. I'm gonna support you. Anytime
Thank
I see
you.
your name on the
Appreciate
screen,
it.
I'm gonna come up here. Real talk.
Appreciate that.
No problem.
Yeah, now that we cleared that part up, right? I was looking for these names. So, Philo of Alexandria. He was a Jewish philosopher. I know y'all heard of these people before. I know I'm probably not saying nothing new, but he already was treating Genesis allegorically. Like he never said anything about it actually being real. Origin, a Christian scholar, said, what did he say? God plants in a garden with his hands, like making a joke out of it. Saint Augustine is another one. Like there's a lot of these early Christian and Jewish scholars that doesn't believe Genesis really was a real thing. It was a way for the people to understand how the cosmos works, just like any other story, right? We all know of a culture that has a story about how the earth and the heavens and the land and the animals came to be, right? And one thing that all of these stories have in common, and this is what I was talking, this is why I'm sorry, brother, but your argument about it happening 1,000 years later doesn't really hold up
Okay.
because inside of
I
origin
did retract my
stories,
statement after
oh,
listening to what you said. Right?
okay, no problem.
So,
Inside of origin stories, you have a hierarchy system in all of them, right? Where you understand that who fits where on the earth. They'll have the people, they'll have be above the land and the animals, and or you'll have a story of people working within the land and the animals, but it's telling you how to be within the earth, right? And the Bible is no different. It tells you that you have dominion over the earth. It tells you that you have dominion over the land animals. And it also tells women to be subordinate under the man. All of those
no,
things in the very first story.
Mm.
but
And I
I,
understand.
You said
Okay, go ahead, brother.
subordinate?
I don't know if you addressed this, but did you address what cultures that you think are that syncretized with the Bible, or maybe I
Not
miss?
yet.
Oh, sorry, I was just asking. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I'm setting the foundation. I got you. Um, so yeah, you'll have all of these things. So I have a cute little a cute little theory that is probably it's been known before. I'm not the first person who's set this theory of the um, God creating a cosmic temple and Genesis basically mirroring the temple of the cosmos, right? So when you look inside of how God created the Garden of Eden, and then you look inside the Bible and you see how they talk about the tabernacle and the Jewish temples, they mirror each other, right? So in the Garden of Eden, you'll have, let me see if I can share my screen so y'all can see it as I'm saying it. Give me 1 second. And share. So let's go to. Well, okay, there it goes. Let me get back to the Cosmic Temple. Okay, so you have. Sorry. So you have the Garden of Eden, and in Genesis 3:8 it says, and they heard the sound of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of day. And in Exodus 25:8, then have them make a sanctuary for me, and I will dwell among them. How it mirrors each other. And then in 1 Kings, you'll see in 8:10 through 11, the glory of the Lord filled the house of the Lord, right? So then you get into the eastward orientation, and it's basically talking about the cherubim. Genesis 3:24 talks about he placed the cherubim at the east of the Garden of Eden, and in Ezekiel 47:1, then he brought me back to the door of the temple, and the water was flowing from under the threshold toward the east, and and the rabbinic text confirms that the temple entrance is faced towards the east. The cherubim guardians and a flaming sword that turned every way to guard the way to the tree of life in Genesis 3:24, and in Exodus 25:18-22, make two cherubim of gold, and the cherubim shall spread out their wings. There I will meet with you. And in 1 Kings, the giant cherubim carved in the Holy of Holies, right? So the tree of life also in the midst of the garden, and the tree of knowledge of good and evil in Genesis 2:9. And in Exodus 25:31-40, instructions for making the menorah shaped like a tree. A cup shall be made like almonds of blossom. And we're going to get back to the menorah because that's another, thing that has with the goddess. Um, so the river flowing out, a river flowed out of the Eden to a water garden, and there it divided and became four rivers. And Ezekiel 47, 1 through 12, vision of the water flowing from the temple, a river that no one could cross. Everything will live where the river goes. Um, how the priests roll. The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work abad it and keep it. And Numbers 3 through 7 and 8, they shall keep guard over him and over the whole congregation to do service, abad, in the tabernacle. And Numbers 18:7, priests shall serve and guard, shamar, the sanctuary. Mountain symbolism, Ezekiel 28 through 13, 13 through 14. You were in Eden in the garden of gods. You were on the holy mount of God. And Psalms 48, 1 through 2. Mount Zion is the city of the great king. Isaiah 2, 2 through 2, 3. The mountain of the Lord's house shall be established. Exile after defilement. Therefore, Lord God, sent him out from the garden. He drove out the man. Ezekiel 10. Then the glory of the Lord went out from the threshold of the house. Ezekiel 11:22. God's glory leaves the temple due to Israel's sin, followed by exile, right? And I said all of this because, like I said, it's a mirror story, right? Because we're talking about how the earth, the cosmos, is God's temple. And we, as mere mortals, create a smaller version, the temple, the place that He created, a mirror version of it on earth. So give me a second so I could come back,
Going back.
and I'm gonna
Oh,
stop sharing and I need to share again. So now, as Jose was asking, I'm gonna get into some of the syncretisms of the Genesis story, right? So one of them, which is my favorite, is Anana and the Hapalu tree. And I actually did a build on this before on my Doula Concepts panel. I mean, YouTube channel. I talk about all of the hidden goddesses and goddess stories of the Bible, and Genesis is one of them. Anana and the Hapalu tree is a story of a goddess Anana who finds a tree and brings it to her garden to tend to it. And her in her tending to it, uh, a spirit named Lilitu comes into the tree along with a serpent, right? And that's not true, but you can definitely look that up on your own time, Mr. Marcus. um, and in that story, the serpent refuses to leave the tree. The Lilitu spirit refuses to leave the tree. Anana asks for Gilgamesh's help. Sometimes it's Utu's help. Sometimes it's Inky's help. And they struck the snake down and give her back her tree, and then create a throne and a bed for her from that tree as a gift. And I prefer that story because it shows the, you know, man woman nature, right? Of both of these people coming together to solve this problem for this woman that's having this issue with this tending her garden, rather than her being tricked by an evil spirit and, tricking the man and then becoming coming into subjugation from that, right? And I also want to talk about the symbolism of the tree, the symbolism the of the snake, and how many of our earlier cultures, specifically African cultures, but you can go outside of African cultures, where you find the snake revered within our culture, the tree of life revered, and something that you go to for knowledge, something that you eat from knowledge, and how the Israelite story, the Hebrew, the Torah, they come in and basically reverse engineer what we know to be sacred into being something evil. And it's very telling to why they chose those type of symbolisms, because the symbolism of the tree of life in a lot of cultures used to mean the placenta, the womb, right? The if you ever, I don't know if we could show a stretched out placenta on YouTube, but if you ever have time to Google what a stretched out placenta looks like, it looks like the tree of life, right? It looks like a tree. It stretches out like a tree. And there are cultures that, adhere to that. And then as well as the snake, right? I know a lot of people are into Egyptian uh, mythology. I don't know much about it, but I do know Niece, right? She's one of my cosmic mothers that I like to speak to. And she is one of those hunter gatherer, for lack of better terms, goddesses. You do find her absorbed into the Egyptian mythology. I believe she helps Isis or Aset uh, thread a shawl for Asar when he is ripped to pieces. She's come to you know, for wisdom. And some of the early Kemetic queens, or, wives of the pharaohs, they have that Neith name within their name, and it's paying reverence to an old deity. Um, so I said all of that to say that, Genesis was playing with us when they started to demonize the snake and the tree of life because they was playing with the feminine all the way in Genesis. Um, then you have the story of um, Anana and Utu and their descent into the underworld. And in that descent, they go and find the tree of good and evil, the tree of knowledge down there, and they eat it together. And they find knowledge of they find knowledge, they found wisdom, and they find sexuality. And in this story, this is when Anana becomes the fertility goddess that we all know her to be. And another story that I prefer because our first of all, our feminine nature isn't demonized, and secondly, it it speaks to again to the dual nature of man and woman, understanding, finding knowledge, finding wisdom together, not one above the other, but together. And I know y'all know me by now. I talk a lot about egalitarianism, and I'm for that within the Black community. I said a lot so far, so I'm gonna take a break. But if anybody wanted to add a story to at least the Genesis story that y'all know that has syncretized with another culture, that would be dope.
Yeah.
Or questions at all, that would be fine too.
Yes, they have a. If you look at the creation story of Ra, they talk about Ra stepping out of the universe, and that's very similar when you're talking about the spirit of God. They said that he stepped out of the noon, which is the watery abyss of the universe, and he created himself. So that's similar when they say God is moving upon the face of the deep, and talking about him coming out of the cosmos, so to speak. I don't know if you're familiar with that story. That's one of
No,
the.
I'm not really familiar with the Egypt mythology. Like I do know some stories, I do know the syncretisms, but I'm not as learned when it comes to that.
And there's also, I was reading a Butch text where he was also talking about a set, and she
Hmm.
created a cobra because Ra was wandering around on the earth as an old man, and his head was shaking, and he drooled on the ground. And she created this the cobra that they wear, that the Kemetic people wear on their crowns. And what happened to Cobra? It bit Ra, and he started to die. And when he went to Aset, when he went to his children, which were the Necha, she explained to him that he said, "I've never seen this creature before." She said, "Well, you." She said, "Well, you created it." So when you look at how it was created, that
Wait, it
particular
says that he never saw that creature before?
no, he said no. What happened was the story said they described him as this magnificent physical being who came to Earth who was very old and he was drooling, and when he drooled, Aset took the drool and created this cobra, and the cobra bit him. So he was unaware that he even created. That's how powerful he was, even as a human. So when he went to her, she explained to him how she created it, and it bit him and it started to poison him. And this was all a plot to get his name, and this is how he ended up in the spiritual realm. So the cobra itself represents the idea of caution with your power, based on
Mm.
based on mythology, that you can be so powerful that you can almost destroy yourself and not realize that you're destroying yourself because you're just that powerful. So to me, when I read the story, I realized that that is what that particular cobra that they wear represents based on the mythology. It's a cautionary tale for them to understand that power comes with consequences. So you should be aware of how you use your power. What you feel is your power.
Mm.
So that, and when I read that, I found it very interesting because I didn't even know that till I read the story. It's in one of Budge's books, but I generally don't recommend Budge because it's Medu Netra and a lot of things are not proper. So you kind of have to sort out when you're looking at the transliterations in his story. But I find that was one of very interesting story.
That's an interesting point. I never heard that.
Yeah, me neither.
Because you have
Because
to also understand that the
go ahead.
go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your
No, I,
thought.
I I was saying that you have to understand when you look at what we call mythology in ancient Kemet, which is the best word we can find. the rulers act out those sorts of iconographies in the way that they dress. All of their dress and the regalia and the scepters that they carry actually come from these stories. And a lot of people don't recognize that. Those scepters were originally spoken about in their spiritual stories. So they're acting this out because they were actually revered as an actual nature. They were considered, they had that much power.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah, because at least from my studies, and like I said, I kind of stay in Paleolithic, early Neolithic times, right? Because that's when, the goddess was, out here in these streets. And the serpent, especially in that Nile region during that time period, was a representation of either Wajet or Neith in that area. And I believe Nice has one of the oldest encryptions on some of the oldest temples in along that Nile River. If I could, let me find it for you.
And real quick, while you're looking for that, I go to a word from our sponsors. Unless you get it up first.
You can take a word from your sponsors. It's fine.
Gotcha. Power. Who has it? Who controls it? And who does the Bible give it to? Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments presented by Titans Debate League. This is not for the weak-minded. This is not for the easily offended. This is a battle for truth. In one corner, Issa Kween, bold, unapologetic, challenging the system, arguing that the Bible strips power from women. In the opposing corner, Gideon gets real, firm, disciplined, standing on scripture, defending the Bible as order, structure, and divine design. The question, does the Bible take power from women? Belief versus resistance, tradition versus challenge, scripture versus interpretation. No dodging, no soft takes, just raw intellectual combat. Who stands strong and who gets exposed? Step into the arena and witness it live. Coliseum of Arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained? Before they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in. You've got to fight your way in, where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside. Back to you, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, what I was looking up. Okay, so Wajet is the snake deity. She is usually depicted as the Urias, which is the snake eating its own tail. Um, she's the or she's like an egg symbol, or and she was also the patron deity of Lower Kemet before all of this, and it's just interesting. Like you just find a lot of these snake deities like in these Paleolithic, early Neolithic times because when Kemet comes around, like it comes around after a lot of the time period that I'm speaking of. That's why I don't know that much about it, to be very honest. Like I said, I kind of specialize in goddesses because, like, those are the stories that we don't hear about anymore, or if at all. So when I look at Genesis, even though I see the connection that you can make with Ra, I still see the very real connection that it's making with Anana because they do it more than once, right? Like this is just one piece of fruit on the Anana tree. Anana is also a deity that goes, dies and resurrects after 3 days. She's also a deity that is closely connected to the story of Esther. Like the parallels is very telling. So even though yes, I do agree with you that you would definitely see um, a lot of the Egyptian themes. But when it comes to the synchronicity of the Anana and the Hapalu tree, Anana and the tree of knowledge with Utu, even going into the Cain and Abel story, right? Where you have Tammuz and his brother who fight each other over Anana's hand in marriage. And one's a farmer and one's a herder, right? And and one gets chosen over the other. There's no death. Like can't like Tammuz doesn't kill his brother, but at the same time, you still see these real clear parallels to Mesopotamia, to those early stories. But again, if anybody else wanted to say anything before I move on.
You know, as a queen, you may not know this, but the worship of a sect lasted a very long time, almost into modern times. It lasted a very long time because the Greeks and the Romans took this up, and they took it pretty far, even to the point where they think that Paris is dealing with the deity. It means the house of Isis. So that goddess worship went a pretty long way.
I have a question. Since you're talking about synchronicities, like what what culture do you think that they borrowed misogyny from? Because I don't see heavy misogyny like they have in the Bible anywhere else, like where they have no counterparts, like women just not doing anything, no women deities, like nothing.
Yeah, you got different versions of misogyny, right? Um, this is gonna be another part that's gonna be in my debate. I kind of talked about it during the head to head preliminary that in early human development, it was a shared community, right? You find um, a lot of the toolkits that human beings would be the same. That means that nobody else is working on something that somebody else can't work on. The burials are kind of the same or mostly the same. Nobody has like extra jewels or, all of this other type of stuff going on. When you get into ownership of land, ownership of animals, um, surplus of food, when you start getting into um, little things like that where you can have somebody above someone else, it happens. And when it comes to patriarchy and misogyny, you have that in doses all over the place once you start seeing this ownership happen. And this is where I talk about like Kemet, right? You have that in Kemet. You have this l- slight misogyny that happens where, you know, the goddess has to be under Ra's eye. Yeah, Sakmet has to be under the eye of Ra, right? You have this story of Tiamat being torn apart and law being created through the male deities. You have like it slowly creeps its way into our regular culture. I can't just, that's why I said earlier, I can't just blame the misogyny and the patriarchy on the Bible. They inherited it and took it and ran with it. But you see that slowly happening the more um, complex some cultures get, because there's a lot of cultures that got complex like Nubia that doesn't show that misogyny in the way that Mesopotamia does, in the way that the Israelite does. And even in Kemet, Kemet doesn't even show the same type of misogyny as Mesopotamia does, as the Israelite does. So I like to blame a little bit on those first people, that first invasion from the steppe, right? Those steppe people, I can't remember their names at this point, right? You have the Yamnayas that come through and sweep through Europe. You have the corded ware people that come through and sweep through Asia, and they bring with them this father god, warrior god ideology with them, and not just like a Shango who can, he's a warrior, but he also has other aspects to him. No, a warrior god that wants to devour all and take over all, like a Kronos who needs to devour his children, like the people who decided that Tiamat wasn't good enough and ripped apart her body and created the earth with it, like things like that. And you see this, and they actually have a name for it, sis. If you ever have time to look it up, male cult myths. Male cult myths are mythologies that explains why, in a very fairy tale fantastical way, why the men took the power from the women. Some of them are very brutal with killing all of the elder women and only allowing teen girls to live. Some of them are sneaky where they steal like the drums or the flute or some type of blood ritual. They'll steal that knowledge from the women, um, or just outright take it. So you find that in a lot of different places, overwhelmingly so. So that was a long drawn out answer to say yes, I blame white people, and
Oh my God.
those are the people from the steppe. I blame them, um, and basically a progression of understanding and trying to incorporate all of these different people into small spaces while trying to have order. It's complex. I can't just sit here and say, you know, a bunch of men just decided that women ain't shit and, let's take all their power, because you can see it historically of progression.
Can I give you the pushback there?
Sure.
I don't agree with the statement that you made about the misogyny with Ra and Sekhmet, because in actuality, Atum was considered, he was the head of all of those deities and humanity. So he didn't treat her any different than he would have treated any other deity. I don't think that has anything to do with that, and I don't like the term patriarchy when dealing with ancient Kemet, because the actual royal bloodline was from the king's first wife. That is that she's the one who decided who ruled, not his bloodline. And when you listen to scholars, they try to mislead you by putting the man in front, thinking that, but it's really his first wife.
Right, but patriarchy means male rule.
I don't.
And if the male, even though yes, I would agree with you because like I said, like the the type of system that Kemet had, I would never compare it to Mesopotamia because Mesopotamia was very misogynistic. But the fact of the matter is that the male will rule. And when it was coming down to a woman ruling in ancient Kemet, it was other things that needed to happen, like she needed to marry her brother, or she needed to like be older than, like there was a whole lot of stipulations when it comes to feminine rule that you don't see in Nubia,
I
because
would.
in Nubia Kandakes can rule on their own, you know.
Yes, but there is an actual connection between the two cultures.
Hmm.
Because things
I agree.
Like Nubia and Ethiopia would as definitely the parent culture. So historically, I wouldn't separate the cultures and say Nubia is different from Kemet, because that's not. I don't see that as being true.
But it is true. Like I get that you don't want to see it that way, but like it is true. Like do
Well, the
So,
question.
okay, let me just ask this question because I could be wrong. Because, like I said, hi, God energy. Like I said, I could be wrong, right? I
Peace, peace.
Can a woman rule inside of Kemet just based off the fact that she is a woman, she was born, she was ready, let her rule?
Well, the
It's
system.
happened.
Well, the
It's
system.
happened,
Well, the
but what
system
does it
generally.
overall
Well, the
happen?
system generally says the woman is the bloodline and the man is the ruler. But they didn't abuse women
Right.
and treat
Right,
women.
I'm not talking about abuse, right? That see, this
But
is where
patriarchy involves abuse, though, kind of.
right. That's what
That's
I'm
where you
saying.
have to kind of be careful when you're putting it in our in like I would say our
Yeah, this is
cultures,
right, right, and
because
this is why I
like
want to point that out.
patriarchy has like a thing where it's male leadership, right? But it's like subordinating women and limiting their autonomy. And we know that kind of in our cultures, like black cultures, men still ruled. They were still ruling, but they did not limit their women like that. Like we were very loyal. We were very like for instance, like when the slave they came and got us, right? They shackled the men, the women would follow them, right? Because that's how much we believed in, we trusted, and we held down like our men. We were loyal to our men to the point that they didn't have to shackle us. But it also was the reason why there were a lot of slave revolts, because the women, they didn't shackle them, but the women were not docile. They weren't soft like that, so they would let them free because the men fought for them. So we had a thing where even though the men were in charge, we kind of respected it and they respected us, versus the European rule when men are in charge and they are constantly browbeating their women. So it's like
Right.
a
And I
different kind of
I, and
culture,
and that's why
even
I'm
though it was
I'm
there.
speaking to the differences of their type of patriarchy
Yeah,
versus our type of
ours.
patriarchy.
Yeah,
But be very clear, it is a patriarchy because at the core of patriarchy is the male rulership. It doesn't necessarily have to mean that we're going to abuse the woman. That's what people decided to do with the meaning. You get what I'm saying? So like it can
Uh,
be a spectrum, just like on the matriarchy. Just because it's a matriarchy doesn't mean that, all that means that, it was always good for the men. Because I could show you a matriarchy that literally takes all power from men. They're not allowed to be in government, they're not allowed to, own land. They're not, and I wouldn't agree with that either.
I think
You
it's
get what I mean?
complementarianism.
Yeah, like
Women
there's
and men
there's a
just have different roles.
Yeah, but there's a spectrum as well, though, because we're talking about who rules the thing.
no, I understand what you're saying, but as Honey said, it sort of gives people who don't know this impression that when you use that term, women are being abused. That is why I wouldn't use the term, because when people use it, that is what they're implying, that the men are usurping power and they're abusing women with this patriarchal system. And that didn't happen in ancient Kemet. They didn't abuse women. They protected women, as a matter of fact. And they loved their queens, and they built monuments out of love for their queen. So I
get that, but we gotta I just feel like we could
Right.
be able to be honest about the conversation without you know, feeling a certain type of way about things, right? Because I was very clear when I said, yeah, they deal with a different type of patriarchy. I was giving them their reverence of having, the bloodline within the woman. I like Kemet is one of the places that I go to when I'm talking about how much power women had. So I agree with everything that you're saying. But when we're using the definition of what a patriarchy is, and it does come down to who is in rulership, it doesn't necessarily have to talk about abuse. And this is how we can have a more, fluid conversation without being stuck to whatever the Europeans were doing constantly. But with that being said, I just want to greet God Energy. What's up, God Energy? I don't know how long you've been listening. Do you have anything that you want to add or subtract or even chime in on this conversation?
I wanted to talk about the syncretism aspect,
Hmm.
because with the Mesopotamian syncretism, I know we like to look towards maybe possible connections that they have, and you definitely have that Amorite cultural connection. The Amorites, coming from the Levant, going into Mesopotamia, bringing Semitic things with them, transporting Mesopotamian things back as well. You have the Semitic Akkadians that established, an empire over there. Um, so you have this constant connection and cultural diffusion with the Levant and Mesopotamia, and you have various
Hmm.
Levantine groups that are, migrating to Mesopotamia as well. But I also want to highlight the fact that even in later times, like during the Assyrian era, the Assyrians exported, a literate Babylonian population to Samaria, right? So this would have been during even like, the mid and late Iron Age. You know what I mean? So I feel like the transfer of Mesopotamian information gets brought that time, right? Specifically to Samaria, outside from the pre House of Omri and pre Kingdom of Judah connections that I mentioned with the Amorites and the Akkadians. But even during the time of, the House of Omri, when a kingdom that we would anachronistically call Israel, during that time and that existence, so the Assyrians exported Babylonians there. And then also during the Hellenistic period, where you see the Septuagint even come about, during the Hellenistic era, you have Berosus translating Mesopotamian stories and creating a work called the Babylonica, right? So even outside from the deep time connections that the Levant has with Mesopotamia, you had, even during the Kingdom period and the Hellenistic period, you had this connection and importing of Babylonian peoples and information into the Levant and the Hellenistic world, which is why you would see correlations like Ninti being created from Enki's rib, right? The same way you see Eve being created from Adam's rib, and different things like that. But also the syncretism that was happening from the Canaanite pantheons and things like that. Like we have the Balaam inscription, which is a Canaanite text that you see gets rewritten as Numbers 22 and 24. You know what I mean? With the same character, Balaam, son of Beor. And it's exactly in the Canaanite inscription, Balaam, son of Beor. So, and you clearly see the polytheistic context in the original Canaanite Balaam inscription. They are worshiping a god named Sagar and Ishtar. right? So you have that syncretism there, and Eshmun, right, the Phoenician deity who is a healer god, who is the oiled one, who is the eighth son of Sidek. Eshmun is Sidek's eighth son, the deity that Melchizedek is named after, and you see parallels with Jesus, right, being the Christo, meaning the oiled one. He Jesus being a healer, but being the eighth son is where Eshmun has syncretism with King David, who was the eighth son as well. And both Eshmun and King David are the eighth son from a different mother than both of their seven brothers, as well as the Argonautic, the Hellenistic work where the Abraham story comes from, where you have, a chieftain leader who sacrifices his son at the behest of, a deity, but really also the jealousy of his wife comes into play. So there's syncretisms there, and then Jesus and Dionysus. So through the Greek world, the Canaanite world, and the Mesopotamian world, we have all of this evidence of syncretism with the Bible.
Thank you. Yes, I was gonna switch over from saying Inanna to Ishtar because of that syncretism that happens between Babylon and all of that. But yes, thank you for bringing her up. And also, the eighth son of, you got to repeat that for me one day, with Abraham and Sadek and being the eighth son.
No, it wasn't Abraham.
Oh, was it?
It was David. Eshmun and David have that
Okay.
syncretism.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
That was really dope. Does anybody, what's up, King J? Welcome to the panel.
Peace, peace, peace.
I don't know how long you've been listening, but do you want to comment or
Yeah,
add
I
anything?
just jumped on. So I heard
Okay.
assimilation of the Bible. So I'm gonna jump in where I fit in. Pretty familiar with the title. So
Okay, dope. So, since God Energy brought up Ishtar, I might as well go into the Ishtar and the Esther um, they're basically telling the same story. And Ishtar, Ishtar, and in the book of Esther, right? They're both, whereas Ishtar is going to the underworld, Ishtar slash Anana is going to the underworld, and Esther is going to meet King Xerxes. And uh, Ishtar basically is going to increase her influence and conquer, and she really wants to conquer the underworld, to mourn her. And she tells one of her servants to mourn her after, if she doesn't return in 3 days. So Ishtar, going through the seven gates of vulnerability and sacrifice her powers to gain greater knowledge and power. She is killed. She's hung on a hook in the underworld like a corpse, and Tammuz ends up coming in, taking her place. And Tammuz is the farmer, the farmer in the Cain and Abel story. So what the story really represents is the spring, fall, winter balance, right? The descent into the underworld is fall. Her being captured and hung on a hook is winter, and then her return is spring, right? And you see this kind of replay over and over again in these story beats, talking about the changing of the seasons. You get this with Persephone when she gets kidnapped by Hades and goes into the underworld, and her mother Demeter, mourns her, and that's where winter comes from. Um, it's basically one of those stories that tells the story of the seasons. And Esther basically is the embodiment of that on earth, right? Um, she goes into she's literally the symbol of sacrifice, right? Esther risks death by approaching the king. Ishtar and it parallels Ishtar losing her garments, sacrificing her powers. They're both under total submission underneath a more powerful ruler, with Ishtar being under the tutelage of Erishkigal and Esther with King Xerxes. And the goal is to face the death to rise to power. Esther is literally going to speak for her people, right? She wants them to not be slaughtered. She wants them to be able to live there in peace. And that's what basically what she's doing. Um, but they both have to show complete humility. Ishtar, with removing everything, Esther humbles herself before the king. And the intervention, the divine intervention implied in Esther's story, success through the God's providence. And it's the same thing with Ishtar with Tammuz. Um, One of the things that happens in this story as well is that Esther ends up saving her people, and her and um I can't pronounce his name, Haramim, he is sacrificed. And in the Ishtar story, it's the same thing. Ishtar leaves the underworld, and Tammuz takes her place, and he ends up dying for Ishtar. And it both of these stories are followed with a sorrow festival, right? Um, it You have the ritual of lamentations, which is the ash. You have the fasting. You have the mourners, the throwing dust. Both of these things are happening in both stories to show the sorrow of Tammuz and Haramon both dying. So again, right? You keep on seeing these story beats that keep on happening over and over and over again within the Bible. And again, you see this story happen with the Jesus story, but I'm going to save that for my debate. This idea or these themes are coming from a greater idea of themes that happens within theology, where they're trying to explain things to you as a reader. They're not supposed to be taken literally. And unfortunately, people who follow the Bible seem to take all of these stories literally. Um, I kind of don't want to keep on going within all of this because now we're getting into the realms of my debate. So I would love to open up the panel to just have an open conversation about what we heard so far, and kind of get into that kind of conversation, because I don't want the ops hearing what I got to say on that level. So, like I said before, if y'all got other stories that y'all want to bring to the table, bring them to the table, because I might have more that can pop up in my head. Now, what you was going to say? I'm sorry.
What's your debate topic?
The Bible takes away power from women.
Really?
Yeah, that really is so ridiculous to me.
That is kind of crazy.
This Saturday, power. Who has it? Who controls it? And who does the Bible give it to? Welcome to the Coliseum of Arguments, presented by Titans Debate League. This is not for the weak-minded. This is not for the easily offended. This is a battle for truth. In one corner, Issa Kween, bold, unapologetic, challenging the system, arguing that the Bible strips power from women. In the opposing corner, Gideon gets real, firm, disciplined, standing on scripture, defending the Bible as order, structure, and divine design. The question, does the Bible take power from women? Belief versus resistance, tradition versus challenge,
Scripture versus interpretation. No dodging, no soft takes, just raw intellectual combat. Who stands strong and who gets exposed? Step into the arena and witness it live. Coliseum of arguments. Only the brave speak here. Are you not entertained?
Mm-hmm. So so sister, just from listening to that, I may have changed my opinion just that fast, Queen. I ain't gonna lie. So does the Bible take power away from the women? I've always argued that the Bible was a Western European patriarchal male viewpoint. I've always argued that they have taken the black woman in particular out of the Bible. The instances that we do see her in the Bible, Hagar, she's a slave maid, a handmaid, um, and things of that nature. So I don't see the black woman um, in the Bible at all. Actually, I know you may say Esther or whatever in those stories, or like that. Of course, oh yes, sisters in my family, but um, I don't see her. I see the patriarch, right? Um, Male, European. So where do you see the black woman at in the Bible? Because at this point, I think she's been taken out. Even to the point as, and we talk about text in regards to like the Gnostic text that mentioned Sophia and her being wisdom, and how those texts have been removed from the canon or not included in the canon. I would argue that this version of the Bible that we have is absent of the feminine.
Well, I would agree that the Bible is absent of that feminine, right? Not in a way that it will actually matter to the women readers. But as far as the Bible take it away, or if black women are in the Bible, I don't think the Bible was created in Africa. So, like, I never associated the Bible with black women or African women. That is a Levantine religion, and they feel a certain type of way about their women. Now, where it incorporates the black woman is that Levantine religion has found its way into Africa, and that's where it takes the power away from women.
It took the power away once it made it to episode. So I mean, I don't have a so when I look at the Bible, I always say it's a compilation. I like to use the Numa Elise. Of course, I like to use the Epic of Gilgamesh. I use some Hittite, the Hammurabi law codes, and then in regards to Egypt, I like to say like the hymn to Aten. You know what I'm saying? Are all composites of the Bible. Um, but when you say that the Bible is missing a woman to the point that she would notice, what? Why wouldn't we want to know, or why wouldn't the story of Sophia not be important to the Bible?
I didn't say that it wasn't, but is a reason why it's not in the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
I
And what do
said
you what do you what was a reason that you think that Sophia uh, would be removed from the Bible?
to control the power of women, to
So when
control the worship of women, to
hmm
control how women are seen within the church.
hmm so when the brother makes the claim that the black woman has been removed from the Bible, would that be
Again, I
I
don't
think it just said
consider,
women. I don't think it said black women.
right, it just says women, right?
right? Of course,
Right.
right.
And like I said before, I don't consider the Bible a literature of Africa.
hmm
I don't consider that. So what however they feel about their women has no value to my African women. It's not until the Bible comes to colonize Africa do you see it become an issue for black women.
hmm So I mean,
So I wouldn't say that, black women were taking out the Bible. For my argument was we was never in there to begin with. So
but,
like
but
that
you
would
was
be mine. That would be mine unless they were talking about the tree of life. Like when I say the black women, I'm talking about the tree of life, right? I'm talking about the Asherah that was taken out. I'm talking about the snake, right? That they demonized. Those are the black women. That's
so now you basically
for me.
described all of the deities in the Bible as black deities, right? So I mean, like it's kind of crazy that you're attributing skin color to deities in that aspect. I think like I not you're giving a not a color, you're giving
I
Asherah a
didn't know
color,
you're
you've given
putting
it.
words in my mouth. What I
I'm
said
I'm hearing
was
you wrong. Okay.
what I said was I would if we were to put black women in the Bible, I would
Mhm.
consider Asherah the black woman. I would consider the snake the black woman. I consider the tree of life the black woman. Not because they are actual black women, but because black women used to pray to goddesses. Black women you were the tree of life. Black women used to revere the snake,
But see,
right?
it's a
So
queen.
those are the
That's the
things. They will be symbolism more than just putting a color on things.
Well, I
You know
disagree
what I'm
with that because it's kind of like Afrocentric viewpoint you're taking because all women in general worship these things. Like you're giving skin colors, you're saying black women did this, women did this, women worship these deities, right? And Asherah isn't even an African dang deity. Asherah
I know that.
is a Ugaritic. So Asherah, you said that you don't consider them to be even Africa, but you say Asherah will be African if she was. Africa's not even, but she's not even in Africa. She's Levantine.
Obviously, because that was the first thing I said. So
So
if
why wouldn't you
you
name an
pay, so
African deity?
if you pay attention to what I'm saying, instead of trying to find the argument, it will be easier, right? Because
Well, I
when
want you
you
to make
started
sense.
hold
I want
on,
you to make. I'm listening. I'm listening. I
hold
want you to make
on,
sense in what
hold
you.
on, hold on. So when you started this conversation, you were inserting black women, right? Because the actual title said women. So because
And that may be. Hold on.
hold
That
on,
may be my
I'm still
bad. Hold on.
speaking. I'm
Hold
still
on.
speaking
If
though.
I got it
I'm
wrong,
still
I
speaking
apologize. Hold
though.
on,
I get
Queen.
Let her
that.
finish,
I
Uh,
get
King.
that.
Let
I
her
get
finish.
that. I get that. Let me finish speaking though, right? So you try to input the black. So I adhered to your conversation because I told you three different times that I don't consider the Bible to be of Africa. So I don't consider anything in there black women. But if I had to choose, that's important here. Because I'm saying that if I had to choose the things that are in the Bible to be black, those are the three things that I would choose. And it's very important that I choose something from the very beginning and not something at the end or in the middle. Because if they did steal anything from us, it would be in the beginning. Now you could
okay.
go.
So I understand that. So the name of the debate topic is what now? Because I may have misheard you. I'm sorry.
Does the Bible take power away from women?
Women. Okay. Now it. I'm sorry. I apologize if I read into that. You being a black woman and him being a black man, I just assumed that you were referring to black women and not just in women in general. But I still would take the same stance that the women have been removed, period, from the Bible. So I would still use the same example as Sophia, right? Her representing wisdom, right? Not a skin color, but just wisdom in general. Um, and
Why
why
is that
her.
so important? The skin color thing. Why is that so important?
Well, it's not. But I thought that was the topic. We're in a black. Most of your arguments are Afrocentric, so I figured that this would be one of them as well. I'm very familiar with universal concepts and principles, so in law, so I'm very. We can have that conversation, but I just thought that you were talking about particularly black women, since you were a black woman. So
Well, when I mentioned the black women is when, the Bible finds its way into Africa and then you see colonization happen and the, taking away of the sacred priestesses and, subjugating them underneath the man to fit the Bible's, you know, narrative norms, things like that. Yeah, they absolutely took power from black women as well. And, Scottish white women and Irish white women and, the Celtics and whoever else, is out there that used to be indigenous to a land and no longer are there because, these Bible thumpers came through and murdered everyone.
Mhm.
I would
I,
agree.
I think. Well, I just think in general, just like the European Western patriarchal viewpoint doesn't fare well for women at all. Period. Even when we look at the voting system here, their women didn't have rights until such and such. So, um, they were just patriarchal in their viewpoints, which is something that I don't think us as a culture we are in general. I think it's more of a balanced
I
viewpoint.
would argue that the Levantine people absolutely felt like subjugating and, oppressing women because they wrote it in the Bible.
Oppressing women, because
Yes.
I see laws protecting women in the Bible. I don't think you could actually rape a woman and just get away with it. I think it was consequences to pay. You
You
had to actually marry.
absolutely could, especially if they were not an
What
Israelite woman. You definitely could.
Yeah,
You
you're
were
right.
actually supposed to rape them, shave their heads, and bring them on in.
if they're not Israelites?
Are they
Yes,
not women?
they're still
So when
women.
so when Benjamin was given all of those wives, what was up with that?
Yeah, they raped them too, and
They raped
and
them.
then yes, when they said, well, we're not going to go after them for what they're doing because we said that we would not give them the wives, right? So
Hmm.
they told them to go kidnap them, and that's what they did.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's what happened. But
And they said that they would not go after them, even though they technically could have and should have.
so what if the women didn't want to go? They
They
would be.
kidnapped them. They had them doing the dance. They didn't give it to. They weren't given to them because they had already made a covenant not to do that. So they
Mhm.
had to take them. They had to kidnap them,
Mm.
and they
That's
allowed them to kidnap them. They actually literally talked amongst each other to say not to go after them for kidnapping them.
hmm, interesting. But I always looked at Dinah in the story of her brothers, um, you know, honoring her, in the way that they did in regards to, the defile her being defiled, um, and the length that they went to honor her, um, was you know like, hey,
Right,
look,
but it's just like I get that y'all talking about like individual women, but like I also like to talk about the women that are living in that time as well, right? Because not every woman was a Dinah, not every woman was a Esther. Some
right,
women were just regular women that probably wanted to own some land and couldn't because she was a woman. So like this idea that like because y'all could point out anecdotal women that do like the exceptional thing, it doesn't take away the fact that the norm is the patriarchy. The norm is the subjugation of women.
right.
Okay,
We talked
Lisa.
we talked about the well, you actually brought that up in regards to the inheritance of the women, right? And as long, what was it? If a man died without an heir, his brother was required to marry her. They do have inheritance for the women as well. So
Like
I think
Tamar.
it's pretty equal.
That's not true
No,
though.
that wasn't equal. But Issa, when you're talking about taking, I just want you to remember this story in First Samuel 28, because your thing is about taking the power from the woman, which means that they had it first, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so
Uh-huh.
they did have it first,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the reason why Saul had to get rid of all of the women that they used to turn to. But then he went back to
Mm-hmm.
his old ways, right? Because God wasn't
That's a
enough.
good
So
point.
so he
That's
went
a
back
good
to his
point.
old ways. He dressed up and went to the medium to get her to bring up Samuel. So,
Mhm.
that's just showing how reliant they were on that at first.
Mm-hmm.
That's
To
a
the
good
fact
point.
that he went back to
Sister
that.
Honey, do you mind
So
if I
that
go after you, sister?
Oh, I'm
So that
sorry, Omar.
or when King Jay's
Yeah,
done.
Omar, go
I was
ahead.
just going to say this. I was just going to say this
I was
one
just
part.
trying to remember that, tell her that story.
I wrote it down.
Go
Thank you,
ahead,
sis.
King Jay. Go ahead,
Uh-huh.
King Jay.
So Issa, what would you say in regards to, because we talked about this before as well as um, the women deity being the first gods, right? So it would have always existed first in that instance, correct? If the first deities were women, and that was the worship was the Ashtoreths and the Anats and the possibly adronymous type of deities best in Egypt. Would that matter? Would that is it just an attempt for monotheism?
Are you asking me if I'm doing an attempt at monotheism? I'm confused a little
No,
bit.
no.
Yes.
I'm saying that to argue that the Bible removes the power from the woman, right?
Mhm.
So I'm suggesting that if we're suggesting that the first deities themselves were actually female deities, you know what I'm saying? Was it more so of a removal of those deities um, for monotheism? Because in most instances, we see Yahweh with a consort. I've never seen Yahweh without a consort. I've never seen him without a knot in the Elephantine papyrus in southern. I've never seen him without Asherah in the Kundalini. On that part, I've never seen him without a consort. Nor have I ever seen any deity without a consort. So
Mhm.
there's always been some sort of masculine, feminine balance. So I just see some sort of removal of that, like the feminine energy. Period. And that's why I keep going back to Sophia, and I keep going back to just the patriarchal. All the patriarchs are male. All the angels are male.
Yeah, basically. Sausage party.
So yeah, so like you suggested, at one point the woman was there. She was just removed.
Yeah.
Mm.
And removing the woman removes the power of women on earth. I mean, that's going to be a part of my debate as well. But I wanted Omar to get in. What's up, Omar?
Shalom, Issa. Shalom to the panel. Shalom, A1. Uh, King J. Shalom, and then Shalom the Honey, and then Fallen. Oh my God, Fallen Angel 666. Shalom, Lucifer. I hate to say that. Um, I I do have pushback, Issa.
Mm-hmm.
This is where I have pushback. If you really dive into the biblical scriptures, the Israelites, the woman was like in such high regard. So I'm finna give you two sources, two scriptures. The first one, the first one is very powerful. So if you look in the book of Judges, Judges 5, there was a woman named Deborah.
Mm-hmm.
So the Israelites was getting ready to go to war. They was outnumbered. So being that they was outnumbered, like you look across the battlefield, you outnumbered. So the soldiers, their morale was down. It was like, oh man, we outnumbered. There's no way in the world we gonna win this fight, man. We outnumbered. The Most High gave Deborah the revelation. Guess what this sister Deborah did? Deborah went out on the battlefield. She gave them brothers a motivational speech of legends. She told them, pick y'all head up. It don't matter if you outnumbered or what. You fighting for y'all lives. You fighting for us. You fighting for the sisters. You fighting for your lineage. You fighting for Israel. It don't matter if you outnumbered. She said, the Most High told me, pick y'all head up, bang y'all shield, and go out there and fight. Deborah gave them brothers a motivational speech of legends, and guess what? Them brothers went out there and won the war. So that I got pushback. That's a
How
woman.
did
Hold on. Hold on. A woman. Hold on. A woman goes out on the battlefield, but for man is finna. It's nothing but man getting ready out there to get ready to fight and die.
She goes out there and give them brothers, it's Deborah. She go gives them a motivational speech, and these brothers bang, and they end up winning the war. That's the book of Judges, chapter 5. That's powerful.
But
That's
my
powerful.
thing,
So
all
so
right, but
so
okay.
I'm gonna land right here real quick. I'll let you go. My bad, sis. So
No,
the
do you
thing is, for you to say, and like I say, just a little pushback, for you to say that the Israelites didn't hold women in regard, like women was just like some freaking rag that they just threw around. No, that is highly incorrect. But go ahead, sister. I want to hear your response. That's powerful. The Book of Judges, Deborah, powerful.
Okay, so first, the debate isn't about if women are held in regard, right? That's not the conversation. And holding someone in regard is not treating them as an equal and is not giving them power, right? Her giving a riveting speech to the soldiers does not at in then turn give her property rights. It doesn't not make her the property of her husband. It doesn't not make her the property of her father, right? It still makes her all of those things. It just means that she's charismatic. So there's a difference between lawful power and equality and being charismatic. And I think that a lot of times when y'all point to these specific women, y'all are pointing to that time when she was able to make y'all feel good. But making y'all feel good ain't gonna make her land grow, or the fact that she can't even get land.
You know what? That was a good response, Issa. But the thing is, where you forgetting is the hold on. The Most High didn't give the leader of the soldiers. The Most High didn't give the man the revelation. He gave it to Deborah. Deborah went out there, told the soldiers, and fulfilled it. That's power. That is power. That's power. That's power. Not only that, I want to touch on one more subject because I heard you say something very dangerous, and I'm gonna prove it with scripture. You said something about how the Israelite women's wouldn't black. So all you gotta go to Psalms, I think is 25. So there's a song, yeah, Psalms, I think 25 or 12:5. So it's like a R&B song. So this is a song. It's called the Songs of Solomon. So- Solomon is talking to his wife, finessing her, singing like a like a poem, like an R&B song to his wife. Solomon compared himself and his wife to the tent of Kedar. You know what the tent of Kedar is?
Hmm.
Black.
I get that.
Hey,
At
hey,
the,
hey.
I do get
I
that.
bring scripture. That's tough. You
I
got
do
to get
get
around
that.
that. The
I do
tent of
get that.
Kedar.
But what I'm saying is, right, at least when I was talking to King J, when he was saying that the Bible is black, and where I was
Very,
disagreeing,
very.
when I was disagreeing is the fact that, the Tigris and the Euphrates isn't in Africa. So that alone means that the descendants of Adam and Eve are not of Africa. Now, when we get to later on, when it comes to Solomon, and I'm pretty sure that was after Exodus, when y'all and after Abraham, where y'all had already been to Egypt, been here, there, yonder. I'm pretty sure y'all got to mix in with other people and bring people into your territory. But at the end of the day, the start of your line is not in Africa. And that was the point that I was making.
I think
Salaki,
that's
I agree with
mm,
that. So
mm.
I only been here, like I was in the back listening. I didn't catch that point, so I didn't know that that was
But
one
see, I
of
would
the
that's
topics.
where I would disagree at because I would say the start of the line, if we're talking about Abraham, would be with Hagar, would be that black handmaid, would be the black wife of Moses, right? That mixed multiple that
She
goes
was
out
a
of
Cushite. She was a Cushite.
Right. So I'm saying, like, I don't know what she's talking about. That mixed multitude that leaves out of East. They've been there 400 years. They ain't black. They've been in Egypt 400 years. What are they? What are they now? They black.
They
400
niggas.
years is a
They
Immigrant.
long
black.
ass
They black.
time. Yeah,
They
they
Oh,
black.
mixed
They
up.
black. They black.
Ephraim.
immigrant.
I always
All I'm
argue that the
saying
tribe of Ephraim and Manasseh are are definitely Egyptian tribes.
listen, if they want to mix in with, black people as they go along in their story, fine,
400,
have at
400
it.
years
But
you're more than
and
mixed at 400 years.
Issa.
okay,
Issa.
but
Issa.
you mixed
Issa.
in, right?
You're mixed
No,
with
you
more
are
Issa.
than
that. You are that
more
at
than
this
just
point.
Africans
400
too.
years.
Issa.
You're mixed with more than
This
just
is
Africans. That's why
this,
Egyptians don't look dark today.
no. This is
Right?
important. This is
That makes it
important.
for sure.
This is important. So when you go into the scripture, now they're all Semitic. They're Semitic. But the thing is,
But why,
they're
hold on,
all
brother. Not to
they're,
cut you, not
they're
to cut you, just to build with you, Omar. Because guess the tense of Kadar. Guess where the Kadar is at? She said she knew Kadar is in
it's in
Arabia.
Arabia. It's Arabia. I know that. But
So that's
Where's
so.
Arabia?
She's saying that these people ain't black. If Solomon's saying they are, that's letting you know that you're not just in Africa. That whole
no.
region
First
is
of all,
black people.
let's put this
No.
very well into perspective.
Solomon,
I don't believe
Solomon.
any of these people are real. Let's start there, right? So, like, we're really going over the blackness of some people that I was saying hypothetically. Like,
Hold
they
on,
could be
sister.
whatever color you want to be.
Issa. Respectfully, hold on. Issa, respectfully. Are you telling me that King Solomon is a fable? King Solomon wasn't a real person?
He is a fable. We have no evidence of his existence.
Who's this? Who's talking?
Lucifer.
Who's that?
Lucifer,
Who said that?
Lucifer, nigga. Like I said,
Lucifer
he don't exist. He fake. He fairy tale.
Lucifer said that.
Who said that? Is this nigga 666?
Yes, nigga. 666 gang, nigga. Fuck is you talking about, nigga?
3-6 Mafia, nigga. Get it right.
Brother,
Yeah.
I didn't use profanity. Now I can turn up too.
Care, bro.
I can
Like,
turn up too.
Solomon,
I can turn up too. Who
Solomon
the fuck is you talking to?
You nigga. Solomon don't exist, old fake Islamic ass nigga. You NOI ass nigga. What are you talking about?
Come on, decorum, gentlemen, and language. Decorum and language.
I gotta
Just tighten
calm
up.
down.
Just tighten up.
Hey Omar,
I came up here respectful. You know,
Tighten up.
no man. I came up here respectful, and this I could turn up too. I don't want to turn up.
Turn up.
Hey Omar, the first historical patriarch I see or figure in the Bible I see is probably the Omar dynasty with the House of Omri.
I might have to go jump on my laptop to motherfucking cook to fucking cook this guy 666.
But yeah, I don't see a historical
this
Solomon.
goddamn clown.
So you gonna
Nigga,
cook, right? So show us the archaeological evidence of Solomon. Go ahead. Show us the anthropological and archaeological and genetic and genomic evidence.
I got one question. Hold on, Lucifer, close your mouth. Close your mouth. I got a question.
Open your laptop, nigga. Open your laptop and show us.
I got a question. No. I don't need to go to the laptop. I got a question for you. Lucifer. Listen, nigga, because listen, I'm gonna cook you with this question. No, I want you to answer this question, nigga.
That's what it is.
Yeah, 666. No. Are you gonna shut up and let me answer the question, nigga?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm waiting on you. I'm
We
waiting
finna cook this nigga. We finna cook this nigga right here. Listen.
Prove it.
What is the census when it comes to the census of all the scholars? What is the census that say Solomon existed? Riddle me that. No. So now, yeah. What is it? No, nigga. Answer that. What's the census? What's the census, nigga?
What the census is?
No, nigga. Answer the question, nigga.
I can't
answer the question. What's the census?
It's an incoherent question.
If you disagree, Lucifer, if you disagree with the census, you're not disagreeing with me. You disagreeing with multiple scholars. You disagreeing with scholars. You disagreeing with scholars.
You don't know what the fuck you keep saying
that have been in college and did more study than you fucking been alive.
Census is.
Fuck out of here, man.
Do you know what
fuck out of here? You nigga, you ain't disagreeing with me, nigga.
Let me hold on. Let me read it what it say, brother. Hold on.
You disagreeing with academia.
Hold on, Omar. Let me tell you what it say real quick, so y'all can go ahead and end it real quick.
Academia does not support the existence of Solomon.
Well, actually, it does. Lucifer, hold on. Actually, yes, it does. Hold on, just chill. I'm gonna read. I'm gonna read it. Hold on. There's always two sides to the story. I'm gonna summarize it real quick. Hold on, Omar, hold on, brother.
You a clown.
Y'all go ahead.
Yeah, nigga. No, you came in hot, nigga. You came in hot. I'm only giving you energy. I'm only giving you energy that you gave me, nigga.
I'm on this bitch. I'm hot. Goofy ass nigga. I reside in hell. Fuck is you talking about?
Yeah, you was a fucking retard.
You was a goofy nigga. NOI ass nigga.
Yeah, y'all finna get it. Y'all finna get this show shut. Y'all disrespectful at this point.
Y'all tripping, man. Let's get back on. Let's get back on subject and get off of each other's who's hot and who's not. Let's just focus on information.
A1. He came in hot. I came in respectful.
I came in hot, nigga.
He didn't come in hot because he been here the whole show.
I was cooking with Issa. I was cooking with King J, and this nigga came in hot and was like, "You old goofy ass nigga, you don't understand?
You is a goofy ass nigga, bro.
Solomon ain't this and this and that.
Solomon don't exist."
You said something that got him out. He was here chilling.
Well,
I guarantee you don't even got a high school diploma, nigga. Fuck out of here.
Well, I'm gonna try to give y'all. I'm gonna try to give you some quick.
Why would you even say anything like that? Because it's so left field from anything that has anything to do with
Do you have a high
information.
school diploma?
Nah, I don't. I ain't got a high school diploma. You're right. I ain't got a high school diploma. I ain't got a high school diploma. I'm gonna play into your point.
To this guy. Go ahead, King J. I'm gonna mute out. Go ahead.
No,
I want to hear what King J got to say. I'm not saying nothing else to you. Hey, Shalom, brother. You got cooked. Shalom. Go ahead, King J. I want to listen to you, brother.
No, I was just gonna read the consensus to give some clarity to the point that you both you brothers are trying to make. I was gonna give a Tel Dan Stella as a primary source to kind of show that a reference to the house. Hold on, brother. Let me finish, brother. Let me finish the sentence.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
I'm giving the Tel Dale Stella as it mentions the house of David to give a primary. Solomon is the son of David, so if David exists, then probably his son would as well.
Are you goofy?
So also it says the consensus is that Solomon likely existed. It says, but the biblical depiction of him is a magnified version of history. He was probably a real king who transitioned Israel from a tribal society to an early state, though his actual palace and wealth likely more modest than the poetic descriptions in the Song of Solomon suggest. So we have all type of.
No, you just read an AI. You read AI. Give me. Hold on. Watch this. Watch this.
You want me to give you the primaries? I mean, they have the copper. They have the proper. It's called the copper.
There is no primary of Solomon.
I'm trying to give you the. If you shut up and let me read it.
Oh my God! Y'all let pseudos.
It's not pseudo. If I'm giving you a primary, it says the copper mines in Timnah. So they have copper mines. Then it says the Kerbit Kiafa site.
Mm-hmm.
And then they give you the Tel Dan Stella. So I mean, I always argue for historical Israelite figures, Iron Age period. Starting with probably Solomon, definitely Omri, definitely Hezekiah, definitely Jehu, definitely Jeroham, definitely those.
None of them Solomon.
Huh?
You didn't name Solomon yet.
It starts with Solomon because them are all his kids.
No, according to the narrative. Hold on. This is idiocy. So because the narrative says that these are his children. Hold on. Be quiet. Hold on. Real quick. No, ain't no respect.
I'll let you go, brother.
All I'm saying is it is a false dichotomy that you're telling us right now. You're saying because the narrative purports that Solomon existed, then therefore he exists. Omri exists. That does not mean Solomon exists. Ahab exists. That does not mean Solomon exists. What these writers were doing, were invoking and creating their own ancestry. You have no evidence that Solomon exists. Zero.
So what you just said was kind of false.
No, King J, let me go right quick. I'm gonna let you cook, King J. I'm just gonna give 15 seconds.
Because
I'm gonna give 15
exists.
seconds, King J.
Okay, go ahead.
So here's the thing, 6'6". The thing is, I'm an Israelite brother. Me and King J don't agree the majority of times. King J just had my back he pulled it, and he had the sources. So listen, I could see if King J was an Israelite brother, and me and him cooking, and he's on my side. King J is not on my side, but you know what? King J is a good brother, and you know what? I respect King J. He pulled it, and he read it. So let's not act like it's respect the persons, because we ain't on the same side. But
he did not read anything that said that Solomon existed.
Sometimes my brother King J agree with me, and sometimes he disagree. He disagreed with me. He pulled it. You cut 6'6".
Cut from what? He brought up a copper mine. Hold on, wait a minute. Are you fucking kidding me?
Brother, you cut.
They think the same.
Yeah, it's over. It's over, brother. Shalom.
The nigga brought up a copper mine to tell Dan Staley, and one more thing. None of it says that Solomon exists. None of it's solid proof. It's not a smoking gun. You're inferring that. Your inference is not proof. This is a false dichotomy. Again,
read it again, King J.
We have proof Hezekiah
read it again, brother.
We have proof
King
Ahab exists. We
King
have
when 666 is done. When 666 is done, can you please read it again, King J? Shalom, I'm gonna mute out.
But let's just be clear. The brother asked, "What was the scholarly consensus?" So I'm just reading the scholarly consensus.
Every scholarly work that you read a goddamn AI inquiry.
No, that's not the scholarly. The scholarly consensus says that Solomon does not exist. It says that thing is something referenced to House of David, right? But as far as Solomon himself, the scholars say that they have no evidence of his existence.
Read it again, King J.
Well, see, I'll read it again. I'll read it from the
you.
beginning because it's two. It's
Thank
the
let's meet up.
minimalist. It's always two arguments. It's the minimalist versus the maximalist, right? So it says modern scholarship is divided into how much weight is given into the biblical text versus the archaeological record. The maximalists believe that while the biblical account may be stylized or exaggerated, Solomon was a real powerful king who ruled over a united monarchy of Israel and Judah in the 10th century. They point to specific architectural remains like the six-chamber gate found at Hazor, Megiddo, and Gezer as evidence of a centralized Solomonic building program. The minimalists, which is the opposing view, they argue that Solomon is likely a legendary figure, at most a small-scale local chieftain. They contend that Jerusalem in the 10th century was little more than a small highland village and capable of supporting a grand bureaucracy of a temple described in the Bible. So this is why I said it's split. And the consensus says that
read the palette, King J.
What are you reading this from?
It says mainstream archaeologists today occupy a middle ground. The current consensus can be summarized as follows. So I gave you this. It's two viewpoints.
What is the
Stop reading AI inquiries, bro. Get a source.
Read the palette, King J. Go back to the stone, the palette that you mentioned
You
before.
want it was an AI inquiry, but you want the sources that they gave?
I want a book. I want you to open up. Hold on.
Go to the sources, King J.
Open up Google Playbooks and show me the book that you got that supports that, because I can pull the Bible on earth. I can pull Israel, the Forgotten Kingdom. I can pull the History of Ancient Israel by Christian. I can pull actual scholars that's going to tell you that this motherfucker is mythical.
It's all going to be speculation and commentary based off of the primary.
Yo, nigga, why you so violent, nigga?
Goofy.
So they found these mines.
Good, I am violent. I am violent.
He just passionate, bro. There's nothing about he ain't did nothing wrong. I don't mind.
This nigga's being like low key kind of high key kind of fucking violent, man.
He's vigorous.
He's vigorous. The Bible is violent. You represent a book that says that Hezekiah killed a bunch of Hamites because they were peaceful and he wanted their goddamn land. What are we talking about? You represent a book where they go and they do mass grape on women. So don't try to lecture me about violence, nigga.
You mad because you got cut, brother. Don't be mad at me, man. Listen. Email the scholars, and you
What
go against the
scholars?
consensus.
I provided you
Your
scholars.
beef ain't with me, brother. Your
All right,
beef ain't with
so
me.
Yehuda the gun,
Your
Israel
beef ain't with
Finkelstein,
me. Oh,
Joseph
you need to
Garfinkel,
email the
Farrakhan
scholars.
Oler.
No,
I'm naming you people that
you
deal with
need
the
to email the scholars.
Hold on, wait.
Your
I'm
beef is
naming you
with them.
scholars. You email them,
Yeah,
and they're gonna
yeah.
tell your ass Solomon
Email them
don't
niggas.
exist.
Argue with them niggas.
You know, I'm telling
Yeah,
you to
cut,
argue
nigga.
with them
You
because
got
they have
cut the
written
you
and
got
published
cut the
words.
They didn't
One
bring
mic,
any
gentlemen.
scholars. He didn't bring scholars. He brought an AI overview.
He brought an
never
AI
named
inquiry.
a
I can give you the
scholar,
scholars. I'm gonna name them
King
again.
J. I
or
can bring it.
anything.
King J brought it.
Said what
King
he
J
was
brought
saying.
it.
Yeah, I'm saying he didn't say, okay, well, this scholar supports da. Like we don't. The AI overview it's not really a scholarly thing. It's just taken from all different stuff on the internet that you can say and try to put it together.
King J,
Right. So had he had a
respectfully.
scholar we could hear from that we could go to
Sister.
and say, okay, we can refer to
Honey,
this
The
scholar
women's
that said
smarter
that.
than the men.
honey.
The women's smarter than the men. I
King-
promise you, women are
King-
smarter than y'all because this
King
I
J
understand
read
we
it
know,
off.
you know.
I'm like,
No,
honey.
women are more educated than y'all because y'all get up there and say dumb
King
shit.
J rolled
Oh
off
my
the
God.
thing that you can click. King J wrote the thing that you can click on and go to the source.
No, he got an AI inquiry. I got books, nigga.
He just read
Yeah,
it.
that wasn't no source.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
he didn't give us a source for who. So if
He
he's saying
did.
this person is this
Oh
this scholar contends that we have some kind of evidence that this guy existed, right? We can refer to him. He did not do that.
And then he gave us, a mine. When I can show you Hezekiah's seal to prove Hezekiah exists. I can show you the black obelisk to prove that Omri and Ahab exist. You can't show me the same shit, the same weight of evidence for Solomon. You have nothing. You don't have his temple that was full of silver and menorahs and shit. You don't have none of that mythical shit that you see and read in First Kings and Chronicles about Solomon. None of it.
I mean, to be fair, Omar, it's hard to prove a historical Solomon. Like I say, I like Omri a little better. I like Omri a little better. I like Jehu for sure. We see them in the Assyrian prisms and things like that. So I mean, I don't. It's hard.
King
It's
J,
hard.
King J. This is where 666 just jammed itself out. This brother just came out his mouth. He said Hezekiah existed. Is
Yeah.
not Hezekiah related to Solomon?
No, he's not.
Of course.
No, he's not.
Oh,
You have no proof that he is. All you have is the narrative that says he is. That's not proof. That's circular reasoning.
Chronicles 3:10.
no, you can't go. Okay, because that's just like when you have this. You have the story of Solomon in both books. You have a story of Solomon in.
So you telling me? Hold on. So are you telling me?
And you have one in the Bible, right? Now you have one of him marrying Bathsheba. And you have him marrying the Queen of Sheba, right? So are we to say that one of those is right and one of those is wrong because it was written in the book, or should we have some other kind of thing to look at to make sure that that's right or wrong?
Well, they have a whole. They have a whole narrative in the Keeper and the Gas about his son being sent Malek, I believe whatever his children's name, being sent to Ethiopia, and so that's where they get that king line down there from Halasi, I believe. But
that's full of crap too. So that's what I'm saying.
King J, check this out right quick. Check this out. I'm cold. This is Chronicles 3:10. Okay, here it goes.
Read the Bible.
Hold on.
You can't use the Bible to prove the Bible. But
I know. But just
let him cook. Let him land his plane, y'all. Let Omar land his plane.
Just calm down. Here we go.
Oh, he pulled up on the. Go ahead.
This is Chronicles 3:10 through 13. Hezekiah was the son of Ahaz, who was the son of Joram, who was the son of Uzziah, who was the son of Amaziah, who was the son of Joash, who was the son of Isaiah, who was the son of Jehoshaphat, who was the son of Asa, who was the son of Abjibah, who was the son of Rehoboam, who was the son of Solomon. Shalom.
I agree. Peace. That's a
Shalom.
fact.
Shalom.
My sound
Shalom.
effects, he cooking now. Somebody got cut.
Please.
Lucifer.
Now open up the book of open up the golden goblet. I mean the goblet, Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. And I want you to read chapter 1. That's going to prove Harry Potter's pedigree. That's going to prove his ancestry. That's going to no, nigga. Read Harry Potter, the Goblet of fucking Fire. And we're going to read it like it's history. Because that's what y'all do with this damn old ass text.
But the Hezekiah skill is real, though.
Brother.
England is real.
You already admitted that the Hezekiah skill was real.
You using the book.
Your downfall. You ain't pulling out one source. You ain't pulling out one source. You ain't pulling out one biblical text. And because you getting your ass kicked, because you're getting your ass kicked up here, you're being violent. You're being violent, and you got potty mouth.
We can set a potty mouth. We can set the debate up. Can you prove
you got potty mouth because you're getting cut?
Yeah, cool. Guess what you're not gonna do?
You ain't pulling out one source. You ain't pulling out one scripture.
What you're not gonna do?
I pull sources. I pull sources, and I pull scripture.
Your scripture's not a source. A biblical account is not a source.
It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
Let Omar land his plane, and then you go.
No, he can go. I'm done. No.
Okay, go ahead,
I think it hurts. No, I'm done. It hurts. It hurts. Let him go. No, I'm done. He got cooked.
We can easily solve this.
Shalom.
I want you to actually let him go. I don't want you to jump in.
No, I'm done. I'm gonna mute out.
The Bible.
I'm gonna mute out. I'm gonna mute out, and I'm gonna give 666 his undivided go. Go ahead, brother. I'm gonna mute out.
All right, so this could easily be solved. This is a debate platform. Do you want to debate the existence of Solomon? Do you have empirical evidence to prove Solomon? I'm going to bring all of the evidence, all of the facts that counter anything that you bring up from maximalists, anything that you bring up from Christian science institutes and stuff. I'm going to bring all of the evidence from Israel Finkelstein and the leading archaeologists and anthropologists on the subject matter.
Crazy.
You know I'm gonna do that, right? And when I do that, you're going to get embarrassed. It's not going to even be close.
It'll be a draw because he'll be able to.
It'll be a draw because this nigga don't have evidence for Solomon.
He has enough.
Hey, TJ, you can get that fade too. You want that fade?
He has enough. No, because it'll be a draw. Because I couldn't prove Solomon, but I could prove. He can prove. Hold on. Hold on, brother. Hold on. Let me talk, brother. You can't talk.
You said you can't prove Solomon, right?
No.
Thank you, nigga. The fuck are we talking about?
But you couldn't prove that he didn't. That he didn't. So therefore, it wouldn't be a draw. It would be a draw. But he can prove. Hold on. Let me just say this. He can prove Hezekiah.
Let me fucking finish. What the fuck are you talking about? Let you finish.
You were done talking, brother.
No, you cut in the middle, bro. What the fuck is wrong with y'all?
But because you're so aggressive, brother. Like something wrong with you.
I'm aggressive to everybody, nigga.
You've been cussing out, brother. The brother already told you to put cussing on the platform.
You need to smoke a joint, nigga.
Hold on. Why are there two people over talking him anyway? Let's start there. I just dropped off and came back for a split second. And I came back. It was two people over talking. It don't take two people to fight this man. He called somebody out for a debate that I heard before I clicked off of here for a split second.
So
if anybody wants to accept it,
he called me out. He called me out. A1. Here's the thing. A1. Normally, if he has sufficient pushback, I might entertain it. But
here we go.
This was a dialogue. This was a dialogue, and he got cooked. There's no need for a debate.
What did you cook him with, though? Wait, what did you cook him with?
A Bible verse.
No, I mean, okay. Well, I'm just here.
And
he got cut a couple of times. Like he said that Hezekiah. He said that Hezekiah wasn't. Hold on, but he said that Hezekiah wasn't the son of Solomon. He got cooked on that point.
I didn't hear him say he wasn't, but
no, he's not because Solomon don't exist.
Oh my God. He just gave you the lineage of Solomon, though. I mean, of Hezekiah, though. Hezekiah exists.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the lineage. Hold on, watch this. I'm gonna show these niggas full of shit. Go to Genesis 10 and give me the lineage of everybody on the fucking planet.
And tighten up on the language, man.
All right. Give me the lineage of everybody on the planet according to Genesis 10.
He gave you Hezekiah's lineage, though.
Did you hear what
Hezekiah is a real person.
Where's the lineage written at? In the Bible, right?
Hezekiah is a real person. No.
Hezekiah is a real person, but just because you okay. Do you know what
King J knows this? I don't know why he doing
this. This is idiocy, bro.
King J knows exactly what you're saying, and he knows he's tripping right now. I don't know what King J is doing.
Give me the fade with him.
Trying to act like the Bible is a source in that fashion.
Who said the Bible is a source?
You just knew that one, you idiot.
Are you hearing this right now? Are you missing everything that you're trying to co-sign?
I'm co-signing Hezekiah as a primary existence as a
no, that's not what you said. You said that Solomon is indeed a person because it's listed in the Bible as his father.
That's not what I said,
bro.
Hold
on, Joshua. Let me talk to him real quick. King J, hold on. You did just say this though. You just said he named the lineage.
He did give it.
No, but you were saying that like that was the proof. And where did he get that lineage from?
Keep in mind.
That's why they saying you using the Bible as a source because you trying to co-sign him naming the lineage like that proves something. I'm just letting you know what you're saying and then trying to deny that you're saying it at the same time.
So let me ask you this: when we look at the Bible and we see Ahaz and Ahaz listed at Hezekiah listed as Ahaz's father, and we see Jehu, and we see them as historical characters, and the Bible has the lineage correct in those instances. So we assume that they got it wrong in the others. I'm just saying, like, it's got to be fair scholarship. No. I feel as if he can't. I feel as if he can't disprove Solomon's existence just as much as the brother can't really prove if he had a physical body or something. Yeah, it's just
that's not how it works, though. Just because I can't disprove something doesn't mean that we're gonna accept it as reality. That's not what we're gonna do. Where do they do that at? That's one.
You have to be able to disprove it. The absence of proof doesn't mean non-existent.
King J, let me go in and interrupt you.
Go ahead.
I'm really talking. I'm not going to be long. So that's one. The first thing that I said, like we don't use that. And two, dang, you made me forget my point when you jump in and cut me off. That's why it's just not even healthy to do that all the time. Like let people land their plane. Go ahead, because I fucking forgot now. I hate being cut off. That's why I don't get on here and argue because I'd be the crash out. But that's why I try to give everybody grace because I was a top flight crash out. So, shout out to the crash outs, man.
Watch this, bro. I'm gonna show them how to do this shit. I don't do this what you call it? AI inquiry stuff, bro. I don't do this AI inquiry stuff. Watch this. I'm gonna go to the Zondervan Handbook of Biblical Archaeology. I'm gonna go to the Christians. I'm gonna go to the Christians. And see what they say about this. I'm gonna share my screen. Watch this real quick. This in the debate with me. You gonna get 15 minutes of me doing this to you. 15 minutes.
And what I was gonna say to him was, Obama's in a Spider-Man comic. Just because Obama really exists doesn't mean that Spider-Man really exists. But that's what King J is trying to do with this character out of the Bible. He's like, shouldn't we use fair scholarship? They got it right here. What about like what? Like. Okay. I'm gonna let it go though. I'm not debating today, so here's your screen. Am I making valid points?
You making extreme valid point. We can do that with
Abraham. Not really.
Vampires. That don't mean vampires are real. Even though he fought, we got a movie with Abraham fighting vampires. Does not make vampires real because Abraham is real.
According to the logic he just applied to the Bible, it would be real though.
Exactly. So again,
go ahead. I'm sorry.
This is from the Zondervan Bible, right? Because he brought up the tail dance to LA, like they always run to, which doesn't even help your case at all. They really don't, because it just mentions David.
King J next.
We're on page 120, right? The Zondervan Handbook of Biblical Archaeology, right? I'm not an AI inquiry. I'm reading from a book. It says the biblical account of kingdoms of David and Solomon in the 10th century BC has been largely discounted by minimalists as historical fiction.
Blow it up.
Archaeologists Garfinkel, Hazel, Klingbeil described this shift in thinking. In the early years of research, the biblical narratives of David, Solomon, and his son Rehoboam were considered an accurate historical account. Since the 1980s, however, serious doubts have been raised about this tradition. The Bible is merely a literary composition dating from centuries later, it has been argued. According to this approach, these kings were legendary figures. Although the inscription from Tel Dan recovered in 1993 clearly indicates that David was indeed a historical figure, it was nevertheless unclear whether he was the ruler of a large empire or only a local chieftain governing a small territory. As one critic argued, David's kingdom was simply 500 people with sticks in their hands, shouting and cursing and spitting. Close quote. So none of this is what the evidence is being pushed here. None of this supports the idea that Solomon exists. We don't have anything to back up Solomon. We don't have none of that. So this is why you get these archaeologists and anthropologists like Garfinkel, Klingbeil, Finkelstein. They're doing the digs and they can't find any evidence to corroborate with what you guys are talking about, Solomon and the Solomonic kingdom. We have nothing to show. That's why you brought up a 10 mine or something like that, because you can't find me an inscription, a bulla, a stamp, a fresco. You can't find me anything that's going to back this man up. Now, just imagine me debating your ass for 15 minutes straight. Go ahead, man. I'll land there.
I'm still perplexed at King J doing what he just did, because I would have
So
put
he,
money that he never did that.
so he gave. No, I understand the argument very well. So he gave the minimalist viewpoint, right? So he has in fair scholarship, he has to give the maximalist as well. So in regards to current scholarship as in the for the maximalist argument viewpoint, right? And he mentioned Joseph Garfinkel, right? So current scholarship 2025, 2026 says Garfinkel has discovered Kerbit Yafa, Beth Shemesh, Tel El Nabaz, Kerbet Ed Dawawa, and Gezer. He said these all five cities all share an identical casemate wall design, two parallel walls with inside rooms. The arguments that a specific synchronized urban plan across the region indicates a centralized government capable of large-scale civil engineering. Dating radiocarbon dating of the olive pit suggests that these sites consistently point to around 1000 BC, exactly when the Bible places the reign of David. There's also a monumental moat that they discovered. They're suggesting that this moat was not simply a cow town, but a highly developed, capable city with resources, blah, 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 in regards to the topography of the mountain. Evidence of literacy and administration. Maximalists argue that the kingdom requires a bureaucracy requires writing. The Kuyafa Ostracon, an inscription found in Kerbet, is one of the earliest examples of Proto-Canaanite script. It contains social commands protecting the poor and the widow that mirror biblical ethics. They found in 2025 the Boule finds. Recent west shifting in Jerusalem has yielded many Thai clay shields, kind of like Hezekiah shields. Seals. Those are the Bula with the Paleo Hebrew names. Um, While many date to later kings like Hezekiah, the continuous discovery of these administrative tools from this Iron Age is just a long-standing tradition of royal kings, starting with David, of keeping their names on these clay seals that we find with the primary source with Hezekiah. In 2026, it says a new maximalist view has emerged to address the lack of palaces. They have found some new palaces. They point to the Timna copper mines, blah blah blah. So it seems to be some architecture, some topography, and some chronology as well, connecting David to Hezekiah through lineage and archaeology. So, I mean, I would say if you don't have, it's hard to prove these figures without physical bodies, and but there does seem to be some outside sources. I like to just start 9th century. I just like to strictly start with Hezekiah or the Amorite dynasty. to be specifically, because we can show them physically being depicted through outside sources, like the Syrian prism and things of that nature. But I will argue if we have them, they didn't come from nowhere. So
what?
Really quick, King J. I just want to piggyback off. I just want to piggyback
I
off
want to
what
get
you
in
said
here again
really
too, because
quick.
King J
I'm gonna
keeps
be
saying
quick.
crazy stuff.
I'm gonna be
No,
quick.
man.
I'm gonna be quick. I just want to piggyback off of what King J said really quick. So here's the thing here. Like when I brought out the scripture, songs of Solomon, you have Solomon singing the song to one of his wives, comparing it to the tents of Kedar. Listen, is Kedar a real place? That's a yes or no, and it should be real quick.
Yes, it is.
Is England a real place? So therefore, Harry Potter's real.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, brother. Hold on. So why is it written King Solomon singing the song to his wife and mention Kedar? So he's going to mention a real place, Kedar, which is fact. But King Solomon on it. Let's just use basic logic. That's logic.
Please, let's use basic logic.
Thank you.
Right? Let's please use
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
So
That's
one
another
of my
good.
favorite movies,
Shalom.
right?
Shalom.
Hold on really quickly. One of my favorite movies is Space Jam, right? And in that movie, Michael Jordan is a real person. And the Chicago Bulls is a real team. And Chicago, Illinois is a real place. Does that now make
I know. I'm from Chicago. I know that. I'm from the city.
Now make the Looney Tunes real? Does that now make Astroland real? Does that now make? But that's
you comparing Space Jam to something that happened over thousands of years ago. You can't do that, sister.
That's not what I'm doing.
Sister,
that's not.
You can't do it.
That's not what I'm doing. I'm doing what you're doing.
You can't do that.
Respectfully, I'm doing what you're doing, because we've just read out that there isn't any archaeological evidence, no genealogical evidence of what you're talking about. All you have is the script, which is the Bible or Space Jam, and you have locations of real places. That does not necessarily make the thing real, right? So even in my Space Jam like comparison, at least we know for a fact Michael Jordan is here. We have his lineage, we have his genealogy. He's still walking around. Even if he was to pass tomorrow, we'll still have pictures and things like that. He leaves a mark on the world that a lot of the biblical forefathers don't. They don't leave a mark on the world.
Damn.
Except for in the script.
Hey, see, you cooking right now. You just made me think, like, if there was a cataclysmic event right now, there might be people a couple hundred years from now who take Space Jam literal and be on a platform arguing. It's the same thing. And how would they be able to prove it? And they would go through the same circular reasoning, and trying to say, sister, it's in the text. I just gave you the. We know Michael Jordan was real, so obviously we could go backwards, and that would have to mean the Looney Tunes are real. That's what King Jay is trying to get us to do. We can't prove Solomon, but how can we prove one of his kids if you can't prove him? It's impossible. Just listen to what you're saying. Like, I can't prove that this guy exists, but I can prove that his kid exists. If you can prove that that's actually his kid, then you can prove his existence. But you can't correlate the two. Like, it's very scary. I don't know. Right. King Jay's a secular scholar, or would I be right in assuming that, King Jay? Would you consider
I'm trying to give a difference, because we're just giving one side. I'm trying to be fair, to the brother Omar and help him with his argument a little bit, because the brother was trying, is presenting one side of the argument as if there's just Solomon just doesn't exist. Well,
he doesn't.
If I can get in here real fast, can I get in here real fast?
Maximus, right? You did say both,
correct? Yes, minimalist and maximalist.
Okay, so you're right. You didn't actually.
No, the maximalists believe in the Bible. That's why nobody takes them serious. No one takes the maximalists serious.
Yeah. All right, so can I get in here real fast? I could bring some. Oh man, so number one, David is not a real person as well. When we look at the stele, DWD or DOD, that's not David. There's no diacritical marks there. So the people who's reading that don't know what that say. They do the same thing with the tetragrammaton. They just place any letters in between those four letters because there's no diacritical marks. So they could just make up any letters. They did the same thing to the name David on that stele. Like there's no diacritical mark there. So they could just make up whatever name. That's number one. Number two, the first temple, right, of Solomon is fictional. That's not a historical thing, right? That's scholarly consensus have already stated that the temples of Solomon are not real. They've been looking for ages and haven't found them. That's number two. Now, number three. When
allegorical,
but number three, when we're trying to use the Bible to trace back lineage, we have to understand that the Bible do this thing called topography, which it mixes mythology and with historical things. I can give an example. Jesus Christ and Pontius Pilate. Pontius Pilate is a historical figure. But when we look in the life of Pontius Pilate, we don't see anything about a crucifixion or Jesus in it. So we know the Bible uses real places, real people to tell their narrative. So we can't keep saying, oh, well, this person is real. That means the rest of no. It don't work that way. So y'all gonna have to come with some stronger arguments, y'all. Those are just some weak red herring arguments.
So humble, shalom, brother. And our dialogue last time was solid. It was good. So it's gonna be hard for me to hit you with the what I'm saying, the hook, the jab, and the uppercut, humble. So I want you to go back to what did you say first, humble? Go back to the first thing you said about the stele. Say that again.
So on that stele, DWD or DOD does not have any diacritical marks. So the people who read that stele, they're just putting words in there. So that's why they got the name David out of that. That's not the name David. So that's the first thing.
So damn, I need to get to my. I could prove that different. I could prove that the name on that stele is Hebrew / kind of Aramaic thing to where it would be David.
How would you be able to prove that with no diacritical marks? We can prove that the language is early Hebrew Canaanite. We could say that, yeah. But when we say that, we also have to add in
David.
It's not. Hold on. We also have to add in the fact that it's not Masoretic Hebrew, so it doesn't have any diacritical marks, which means unless you were from that time and know what words to plug in, or you was the writer, you don't know what those words say. They could say, "This is my uncle's house," for all we know.
How does it read in Paleo Hebrew?
You would have to. It's off of context. So you would have to see it because there's no diacritical mark. Okay, so this is what people don't know about the Canaanite and the Hebrew language, right? Or the early Hebrew language, right? Because they didn't have determinatives or diacritical marks, the language is contextual, which means they knew what they were reading based off the context they were reading it in. Now, if you pass something like that off to somebody who read English books, right, we wouldn't know what that say because we wouldn't know how to decipher the letters. We wouldn't know how to break the letters down. We wouldn't know what letters make which sense. Like we wouldn't know that because there's no diacritical marks. That's the point. That's the reason.
I love you. You eloquent. You eloquent. You go ahead, brother.
Let me play and I'm gonna pass it right to you. So the reasons the Masoretics even added diacritical marks is because they could no longer even read the language. That's the main reason they added diacritical marks.
What do you
So
mean they
they
couldn't? What do you mean they couldn't read the language?
they couldn't read the Paleo Hebrew. They didn't know what it meant. They had to put
That was
determinative
the
there
era.
so they
So
could
Hold on, man.
it wasn't error
hold
slightly because just remember, humble,
hold
that
on.
the
Yeah, yeah,
Masoretic
yeah.
script is simply the Tiberian vocalization system
Thank you. Woo.
of the script.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
just
you.
the
Thank
vocal.
you. Hold, hold on. Humble.
It's the
Hold
vocalization
on.
system of it.
Re-
There
thank
were
you,
Hold
other
on
King
one
J.
second.
vocalization.
Hold
There were other
on.
vocalization systems.
Thank
Okay,
you,
so
King
these
J. So,
guys
so
don't
hold on,
so
humble,
these guys must
humble,
not be
humble,
Hebrew.
humble, humble,
Go
humble.
go ahead. Go
You
ahead.
can
Go ahead.
humble. You can still make your point, but do you stand corrected?
No, I don't stand corrected because
Oh
once
my
again,
God,
hold on, I'm gonna tell you why I
that
don't
is
stand corrected.
crazy.
Because we
That
have in
is
history,
crazy.
these people be trying. Oh my gosh, y'all gotta be real Hebrew, bro. I mean, actually study the culture. So when the Masoretes started writing things down, right? To make it clearer for when they stand in the synagogue and reading and things of that nature, they added diacritical marks so they can know what the words sound like, so there wouldn't be any confusion between one word and another word, because we know Hebrew letters, some of them look the same. A yod and a vav look exactly the same. It's just one is short and
Came
one is long.
first. What came
And so,
first?
hold on
What
one
came
second.
first?
Hold on one second.
Paleo Hebrew or the
Let him
Masoretic
land his
text?
plane. Let him land his plane. I don't want
Paleo
you to
Hebrew
Kalak.
derail.
came first.
I don't want you to
Hold
derail him from
on.
his thought when he's in the middle
And
of cooking.
so,
I hate when people do me like that. Go ahead before
and
you forget what you was
so what they did so it was easier to be read was they added diacritical marks and determinatives. That's how we know that when you go to the Mishnah Stele or any of these or the Qumran, like when people decipher that, they're just adding letters.
So humble. Would the Assyrians read it differently? Because the Assyrians would be a different vocalization system than the Masoretes. So when I suggested that you think about there are different vocalizations. So the Tiberian vocalization system is simply a Galilean vocalization system, right? So you also have a northern vocalization system, a Palestinian vocalization system, and a Babylonian vocalization system, right? So the Tiberian or the Masoretes is simply the one that made it through. You know what I'm saying? Traditionally, my honest opinion would be that the Palestinian vocalization system would be the most closely one to the actual one. It only has 5 vowels. If you look at the Tiberian system, it has a long A and a long E, which kind of lets you know that those were added later, right? You know what I'm
You
saying?
do know, hold on a second. Hold on. Now,
Huh?
is the Tiberian writing system after or before the
No, no, no,
Phoenician?
no, no, not you're saying writing with vocalization system.
That's what I meant. Oh, I see. I'm not talking.
It's only one
Physical.
script.
You see
It's
what I'm
one
talking
script.
about?
No, no, no. Listen, just hold on. So we're on the
No,
same page,
hold on, King J.
huh?
Hold on, King J. Hold on 1 second. So y'all see how King J jumped to vocalization? We're not dealing with vocalization. We're
We are,
dealing
because that's
with.
why I want you to get you to
Hold
understand.
on
Hold
one
on. That's why
second. No, 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 no. Hold on, King J.
I
Hold on
want
one
us to get on
second.
the same
We're
page.
Hold on,
dealing
King
with
J. He on his phone, and when
transmutation.
you talk over him, it muffles everything he's saying. So
We're
I mean, you
dealing
like
with
it.
transmutation of information. So when these people were writing something down, right? A later group of people came and they couldn't quite figure out what they were writing down. So to make that language clearer, right? They modified it. So we're dealing
No,
with language modification here. That's what we're dealing with. So first came the Canaanite, then came the Phoenician because they organized the Canaanite, right? Then came the Hebrew, then came the
can
Masoretic Hebrew.
I give you a kind of how I see it? So it's really one script. It's one script, but we're looking at variations of the vocalization due to geographical isolates, right? So when you say Phoenician, it's a vocalization system because they're in the coastal area. So their vocalization of the same script differs from the Highland group, right? Because they're
You're
isolated. They've been isolated. Hold on. They've been isolated. Hold on, brother, because they've been isolated for so long. The same script, if you read the Mesa Stella with the Moabite script, those are Moabites. That's not Hebrew, but you can't tell the difference. It's the same script. different vocalization. The only things that differ in them is slightly how they wrote the aleph, right? The ox head may be a little bit longer, a little bit shorter, maybe a little bit slanted, or this way or that way. That's how you really can just tell the difference if this is the Phoenician, if this is the Moabite, or if this is the Hebrew script, based upon the slight variations in the turns of the aleph. That's it. So the vocalization, when you talking about Masoretes, brother, that's medieval times. The Masoretes is 10th century. That's nothing. That's nowhere near even the time period of a Paleo script, brother. So that thousand a year later, they're trying to figure out how to pronounce it, how to vocalize the script, right? So they end up using the what we call now with adding the Nakuts, right? And which is a Tiberian vocal, which is damn near you might as well say Yiddish, right? The vocalization is a Yiddish vocalization with a Aramaic Ashuric block script. So that's what we call in Hebrew. The vocalization is a Tiberian vocalization, which is damn near Ashkenazi.
AJ, I was just gonna say I
Okay,
was getting
wait.
ready to leave.
Really
I just want to
quickly.
say peace,
Oh,
peace and
okay.
much. I'm sorry, sis. Go ahead. I was just getting ready to leave
No,
though, so I
if
just
you're leaving, fine. Yeah, do your
yes.
close out.
It's always love. You know what I'm saying? You know, ain't no sweat. You know, my bad, A1. I know sometimes it can, brothers can go in. You know, shalom. Uh, Shout out to Sister Issa Queen. Even though Lucifer kind of came in hot, shalom, brother. Respect. My brother King J, we agree to disagree. Shalom, brother. To the sister Honey, shalom, sis. To the brother Humble, shalom. But Humble never answered my question from like a week ago. So this is ancient Kemetic coffin text. This is recitation spelled 635 from the east walls of Pepi. This is Horus groaned because of the eye of his body when he eaten and swallowed it. Seth rasped because of his testicles. Seth transported semen into Horus's anus. Humble, yo, that boy Humble was all in the AI. Yo, that boy Humble couldn't deal with that. Hey, Humble, I know you hear me, brother. If you can still break that down for me, brother, I would like a reply. But shalom, everybody. Much love. I'm out of here.
Have a
From the
good
east,
one. I
from
still
the east
had
walls of Pepi.
Yeah, I still had two more subjects that I wanted to get through before I got out of here. Hopefully, I could do it really quickly because I wanted to get into the Exodus parallels and some of Proverbs. And I'm hoping I could do it really quickly and not get kind of derailed into linguistics. Um,
Let's talk
if
about
that,
the Exodus.
yeah. So just to get back into it, right? Um, Exodus follows a certain type of story path as well, right? And it's called foundational myth. It's foundational mythology, where you can figure out how basically you find out where a people is from, how they got there, and how did they get to that country. It's a whole epic story that comes behind it. You hear it like Romulus and Remus, with how they were um, born in the woods, raised by a wolf, and founded Italy. I think Remus kills Romulus, and then named the country after him, which is Rome. You have that again with the Odyssey, with Odysseus going back home and ruling over his kingdom and claiming his wife. And you have it again with Athena, right? Athena and Poseidon over Athens. They have like this battle, not a battle. They both give the people of the city a gift. And I forget what Poseidon gives because he loses, but Athena gives them the olive tree. and they choose Athena to be the patron of Athens, and that's how Athens comes to be. And Exodus follows the same story, right? Exodus absolutely tells the story of how a group of people go from one place to another and try to found a whole society off of, them escaping. And the story of Exodus also follows the story of Sargon and Sargon's birth story. I don't know if y'all ever heard of this one, but Saigon, the king of Akkad, he was born in his mother placed him in a basket of reeds and set him down a river. Um, and the river carried him the same as Moses. And then the river was made of blood, and people. I believe that within the story of Sargon, the birth story, it was like a famine or something like that, and it was the waters was turned into blood, and you know we know the story of Exodus and the plagues or whatever. And then you also have this parallel with Baal versus the sea and Yahweh versus the sea. Like when the splitting of the sea, the same way that Baal had to split the sea to defeat Yam, um, Yahweh splits the sea to defeat the Egyptian. The Egyptian soldiers. So, and in both stories, Sargon, he creates the code of Hammurabi, and in that story, and in the story of Exodus, Moses creates the, you know, the laws to live by. So you get another parallel, and this is just another reason why. And I'm sorry to believe, like, just for me, I just can't believe in these stories as a historical accuracy because they have too many themes going
So,
on
so,
with other
so,
stories. So go ahead.
so, Queen, real quick, because what you described to me didn't seem like, a myth, but, in order to have myth, most of that comes from like, cultural memory, right? Historical events that actually happen. Now we've mythized it and created stories, or traditions based off that actual, cultural memory, cultural event. Um, I do think that there was some sort of exodus out of Egypt, maybe not according to the biblical narrative at such a grand scale. But I do believe there was some sort of exodus of Semites, Semitic speakers from out of Exodus. I'm sorry, out of Egypt. My theory's always been they went to Sarah B. El Kadem. That's where we come up with the proto phonetic script. Those miners and those slaves, during that time period. So
Okay, that's fine.
that's
But just recognize that you're also agreeing that the story isn't real, right?
no, but when you mentioned Hammurabi, that's what I wanted to touch on. When you mentioned Hammurabi, that's the actual code. Code of Hammurabi is a real code. It dates about 17th, 18th century BC, and like the eye for an
Is it
eye.
the oldest
Those
code?
are the huh?
Is it the oldest code?
No, but they're near Eastern. All traditions and codes and laws, they're all near Eastern. So that really doesn't matter if it's the oldest or not. But we
I
see
mean,
that.
the oldest in that time.
But do we see that in the Bible? The eye for the eye.
Yeah, because it's a law.
Hmm. So there's some cultural memory there, right?
I'm not denying that there isn't. I'm also. Oh, you missed the
But
beginning of what
you
I was
mentioned
saying. Hold on.
Sargon, so
You
it's
hold
a
on,
little. Go
because it
ahead, go
might
ahead.
give you a little bit of clarity. Because you missed the beginning of my conversation, right? And in the beginning, I said that you don't find law without the religion, right? Those two go hand in hand. So if you find laws that, just like the religion, that pass on from culture to culture to culture, that doesn't surprise me. And it also doesn't make the story in itself true for me because two different cultures have the same law
Does
or
it give
story.
it does it give it a little bit more maybe a little validity, more possible?
Like what? That babies be in baskets sometimes? Sure.
Well, no, that's the story. That's the story that's been told to convey the actual cultural memory, right, of the actual event of them leaving, or the story
So
of the
let's be
actual.
specific on
That's the
what you're
story.
saying.
That's the story of Sargon being great, right? They want to embellish his birth story, so he's some great warrior, Washabam. That's understandable, right? We see that all the time with the hero motifs, right? So
Mhm.
they do that. But
Mhm.
I'm just saying in regards to like the Code of Hammurabi, we see the mythology mixed in with a little bit of culture memory. Is all I'm suggesting. So I would suggest when we see that Exodus out of Egypt, this is what they these
All
laws.
right, but what are we saying by the exodus out of Egypt? Because if you're not saying it's on the grandest scale that they're doing, and you're not saying that the story that happened is what happened, then we're just talking about migration patterns. And yes, I agree with you. People migrate in and out of Egypt all the time.
Yeah, the biblical narrative is propaganda, so to speak. You know what I'm saying? It's like
Right. So, like, that's what I'm speaking to. I'm speaking to the story that people are using as in a true story that happened in history, but rather than seeing it as mythology, like we would see the Remulus and Romulus story, like how we would
Mhm.
see any other story.
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm talking to.
So, do you think that there may have been a Jewish sect leader named Jesus and his followers imposed upon him the motifs that we see with Romulus and Dionysus and things like that? So he was a real person, right? But those epitaphs and those things were placed upon him by
I'm
his.
gonna make this so much easier for you. I do not think Jesus was a real person.
Me
So
neither. Me
okay,
neither.
so we
Me
can just
neither.
move on.
Me neither. Yeah.
No.
I like to argue that he in Doceism it's more of a Gnostic type of viewpoint to whereas he didn't have a physical body. I think that Jesus is a Greek invention created by the
Um,
Greeks.
I like to think that he was created by Rome, but we
Well,
in the same ballpark.
mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
Hey,
But yeah,
King J, can you rewind it for a minute for me? You said something about the Exodus, right? And you said it's a cultural memory of what?
of a real event of a migration out of Egypt by
What event?
these these Semitic of what event?
Which event? Name it.
The Exodus is the event.
Okay, so name the event.
The Exodus, their migration out. What caused? Are you asking me what caused the migration out?
No. King J, I want you to name the specific event.
Is the Exodus is the event?
Oh my God, Issa Queen, am I
He's talking
speaking?
about historically, like historically, what would you be connecting the Exodus story to if you're
A
saying that it
migration,
really happened?
a Semitic migration out of
Just
Egypt.
any old migration. It could have been
Just
like
name
20 to
fucking
30 people.
Not any migrate, not any any people specifically. These specific people who discovered created the Proto-Phonetic script. Right? They go to the specific mine in Serbia El Kadim. Right? They discover the script. I would argue that would be pretty much the same location they may have with the Hathor with the bull and that worship right there at that temple that mountain. So
Can
I
we just
mean,
get the event? Can I get the event, a date, or can I just get the event, bro? Like,
you
I
want me to give you a historical event name of this migration of
is it
Semites
the
out of
expulsion
Egypt?
of the East Coast? Can you at least give me something? Like, you're not even telling me nothing.
Well, that's tied to it. I thought I thought you're familiar, so I didn't really have to go into too much detail. But Hekakasu, that title, those are a title of Amorite elite royal who ruled about 1450 BC. after that. So if we look at, I can give you an Egyptian primary source. It's called the Expulsion of the Asiatics by Hatshepsut. It dates to about 1459 BC, and it talks about Hatshepsut expelling the remnants of the Amu, that Amos didn't get out, right? And it tells about how they migration pattern, how they left, and how they went into Palestine and
Mm.
started to and became kings of Palestine after that.
She
But
she was just reading what King Amos had done. She was
well, she
retelling
finished
that.
it. She finished it. She finished
So,
it. She went
so
there and
okay,
well, she went to.
that
I know what you're saying, brother, but I'm saying she did go to Avars herself, and there was and she found military garrisons there.
so I got
So,
the Cambridge History of Egypt. I'm gonna read in the Cambridge History of Egypt that
oh my God.
I'm just saying these are all Egyptologists. I'm gonna read in there somewhere that Hatshepsut is pretty much the Exodus event, what she did to the
Brother, that's what I just said. So you asking about the event, and
so
so
I'm gonna
I'm
read from the
telling you.
scholar. All right, hold on. Let me just
So
say
you
why
agree with what I'm saying? You
no,
just
no, I'm not agreeing. I'm not agreeing. This is fundamentally wrong. This is fundamentally wrong. Let
what
me
is
tell you
wrong?
why.
That the event happened or not?
Let me tell you why. Because what's described in the Bible has nothing to do with what you just told us. Zero,
Brother,
nada,
brother, I
nothing.
said that, brother. Hold on. Because you got to preface my statement. I've already said that I don't agree with the biblical narrative. You asked me what event am I prefacing? This is the event that I'm prefacing. The expulsion of I said the Semitic migration out of Egypt. We're talking about, and I preference Hatshepsut. That's why we're talking about her and her expulsion of these Semites out of Egypt. Right.
So
This is
she's
what
the Pharaoh, she's the Pharaoh of oppression.
this is what I'm referring to as the Exodus. Right. I'm just suggesting that it wasn't on the scale of the 2 million in the Bible, 600, 200, 600,000, how many they say live. But
Depending on who you ask.
yeah, so I'm saying there was an event.
No.
Now, do I want to call them Israelites? She call them Amu.
There was not.
Asiatic means Amu, huh?
See, this one I don't like what we do. We try to
That's what we're reading a primary source and reading it ambiguously.
I can pull up. I got the Cambridge History of the Near East, the Cambridge History of Egypt. I can go into what the scholars say about this subject.
We can pull up the primary and just read it.
All of the consensus is that it wouldn't even happen. It wouldn't even happen in the time period you're talking about.
I gave you the date of Hatshepsut. It's the exact date of no. Because now you made it up because
I made up what?
If I gave you a 1450 BC date of a early Exodus period, that would fit perfectly with the 1459 BC date of Hatshepsut in her reign. So that also goes perfectly with the Soleb inscription of 1450 BC that shows the Sasu of Yahweh Yahoo in bondage in freaking Sudan. So I mean, all that corresponds to that.
King J, the consensus is that it did not.
I'm not talking about consensus.
The stories that they derive from to create this confabulation do not largely come from the 15th century. They largely come from the 12th and the 11th century.
That's a late.
This is why
I don't go with the later date because it doesn't fit. Because hold on. It do because I have comprehension skills. So when I look at the 1208 Myrna Patah, see all these are Egyptian primary sources we're looking at, right? If you realize this. So when we look at the Myrna Patah stele at 1208, it doesn't fit the time period of a 1250 BC migration from Egypt because you got to count the 40 years in the wilderness that they spend, right? So that automatically, right?
That's credible. How are we using the Bible? This is why I'm saying you going in and out the Bible, Oh, the Bible says 40 years. That's just a damn number that they would use to tell that story. That's not a real.
We're talking about the cultural memory. So when we're talking about the myth, we have to talk about the cultural memory that's tied to it. So we're talking about historical events that happened that they're giving us a mythos about.
This is crazy.
They created a mythos about this actual migration. So we go to the Egyptian text and we see Hatshepsut talking about this expulsion of these.
But King, this is the thing, right? This is what's kind of irating most of the time. Who is they? Who wrote this shit? Where do you get your context from? And do you actually know it actually exists in terms of, we're talking about things that happened before we had rights. You get what I'm saying? So where are you getting this information from? And if you do have some sort of information that makes some sort of sense to your dialogue, then please do bring it up, because I have no idea, and most people don't have any idea about current affairs in terms of Black people, because it was so messed up that they didn't even allow us to write nothing.
Hey, put my screen up. Put my screen
up. Right now, just to get you up on the conversation, we're talking
Simon.
about.
What's up, Simon? How you feeling?
I'm cool.
He's Simon.
Why you bring up Black people? We talking about the Bible. It ain't got nothing to do with Black people.
Well, we're talking about a particular time period. We're about like 1400, 15th century right now. Where we at with it right now?
I do understand what you're saying. I'm just saying, like, it has a lot to do with Black people. Most Black people don't bring it back to that complex. It's just like, we're just reading something some people wrote.
We're about to read somebody wrote. We're about to read some. King J, I want you to read this shit. You see that? You see that paragraph right there on the left?
I'm gonna read it. I can see. I can zoom it in. But just before I read it, it mentions Hyksos, but we're talking a period after this, after the expulsion is.
This ain't
after this, huh?
This ain't talking about no damn Hyksos.
It do say Hyksos. I'm reading it.
It's not talking about Hyksos, bro.
I just read the word Hyksos.
On the left side, go down to the third paragraph where it says Egypt has always had connection with the Levant. This is from the Oxford History and Ancient Near East. Yeah, read that. Start there.
I'll read that. It says Egypt has always had connections with the Levant, but these were more back and forth interactions at this point. At what point? At this point than any other. If we were to pick any one time for the biblical stories preserved in the Exodus, this would be it. If Jewish cultural memories had preserved any kernels of it. Hey, brother, but I can put. Okay, go ahead. I could part of seeds in Egyptian army destruction. It would be found in the murder of Child Stella, which can't be blah blah blah. Okay, yeah. So
why are you not reading it though, bro? Why are you doing that?
I'm reading it, brother. This you picked a source that agrees to your point. Okay, that's fine. I could pull up one that agrees to my date as well.
But you're reading bullshit.
Brother,
you're reading, I want the audience to understand that he's been citing bullshit. I'm giving you the history of ancient Near East, Volume 3, from the Hyksos to the late second millennium BC. Now, the sister that wrote this, Garfield had on his channel. She wrote this piece. She's an
actual. Do you want me to give you the scholars that support a 14?
I know them already. I have the entire goddamn Exodus conference book.
So why are you only giving me the sources that agree with you?
Arguments are weak.
In your opinion. In your opinion.
No,
brother, you're giving me scholars that agree with your viewpoint.
Majority of the scholars think like this. What are you fucking talking about?
No, they don't, brother.
They say any. All right.
No, they don't, brother.
Right. So you want to debate this? Because I'm
brother,
really.
We can't.
A situation where it's like the Solomon scholars. The scholars saying Solomon existed versus.
Nah, this is different. This is different because we can actually.
That's what he gonna do. He gonna go to the ones that believe in the Bible. The ones that believe in the Bible go with this 15th century bullshit.
So what you're gonna do is you're gonna use scholars that agree with you, and I'm gonna use scholars that agree with me. Right.
The consensus is that
we're gonna use scholars. We're both gonna use scholars that agree to our viewpoint.
I'm going to use the academic consensus on this. Hence, that's why I went to Oxford and I didn't go to a damn Christian Science website or Answers in Genesis like you motherfuckers do.
So do we want to debate? Yeah, well, let's set this up because he's out. You're arguing on what a 1250 BC possible Exodus date.
I'm saying that's where the scholars agree that's where they get this narrative from, or the story, or the pieces, or the kernels, or however you want to put it.
I'm saying
It's on the screen. If you would have read it right, you would have saw it.
And it says 14. I'm reading it right now. It says 1250 BC. Around this time, it says the Myrna Batar Stella. That's 1208 BC. So I know what we're talking about. I'm arguing a 1450 BC. I'm arguing about 200 years earlier than.
And the scholars argue a Ramesside period. Not
So
for the event happening. Not for the event. That event never happened. But from where they get the kernels of the event. The kernels. The ideas, the motifs come from this period.
So listen. And they also use actual dating system because they try to actually date Solomon to an actual date in time, which dates Rome to about 950, 960 BC. So and then once you add in that little 400 and some years, you get the 450 BC. It does not fit. It does not fit the 1208, brother. So I'm saying, brother, your chronology will be your chronology will not be off. Not even we're not talking biblical chronology. We're just talking about historical chronology. Your chronology won't align. So the best fit. Remember, Hatshepsut is 1459 BC. So you can't say, well, and use the primary source that Hatshepsut is dating using 1459 BC, talking about Hyksos and kicking them out, and then showing me another source and saying, hey, well, I'm going to argue this now is going to be 1200. You just died.
King J.
You just died.
Where did you get that 400-year date from? Hold on, watch the A1. Watch this. Where did you get that 400 years? Where did you get the 400 years before Solomon temple or wherever? Where did you get that date from?
The 400 years they spent in Egypt, plus the 40 years they spent in the wilderness, plus the other 40 years. It's about 480 years.
Where did you get that source from?
According to the story, according to the narrative.
You're using the fucking Bible again.
Brother, I'm using both sources.
A1,
brother, are you hearing yourself? Hatshepsut is an actual physical Egyptian queen.
This is the third time.
Her primary source is not biblical.
This is the third time.
The expulsion of the Hyksos is not in the Bible, and it dates to 1459 BC. What are you talking about? All of this is the same date for me. I'm using historical events to prove the biblical narrative. What are you talking about? I'm dating the biblical Exodus to 1450 BC. I'm giving you a primary source of the Hatshepsut, and she dates to 1459 BC. What are you talking about?
We gotta have this debate, bro. A1, set this shit up. I'm gonna smoke this nigga, bro.
Hey, we got
you die. You will die. You have no chronology.
You won't die, bro. Look, I'm gonna be pulling Oxford and Cambridge and Yale and Harvard. This nigga gonna be going to the Bible.
No, I'm gonna pull the primary sources, brother.
He gonna pull the Bible.
Brother, I'm privy to every scholar you're privy to.
This nigga gonna pull the Bible, man.
Are the counter arguments not in the same?
Let's go to a word from our sponsors, and we are going to get that face-off scheduled.
Before they enter the Coliseum, they've got to survive Argument Alley. This is where the new voices step into the hot seat, and we find out real quick who's built for the spotlight and who folds under pressure. In Argument Alley, there's no easy questions. We pressure test their beliefs, we challenge their ideology, we push their faith, and we put their knowledge on the line. Can they think on their feet? Can they defend their stance when the heat gets turned all the way up? Because not everybody earns a place in Coliseum of Arguments. You don't just walk your way in. You've got to fight your way in. Where contenders are tested and only the strong make it to the main stage. Presented by Coliseum of Arguments. Step up or step aside.
Back to you.
A1, I didn't know King J argued like a black Hebrew Israelite, bro.
I don't know what's going on. I've never seen King J do this today. He had me like so confused. He had me going start going in. I had to stop talking.
Before y'all set up y'all debate, right? Because it is getting late and I have to work tomorrow.
No, yeah, and I'm sorry, well, we definitely kind of took over. You were actually going over the Exodus, and then you say you wanted to bring up something else in regards to.
And yeah, well, it's too late for all of that now. So I do want to wish y'all luck on if y'all do that debate or not. I will be listening to see if y'all do that. Um, I'm just gonna close out with a thank y'all for just listening to what I have to say and why I completely don't believe in the Bible, and I really think that as Black people, we need to get back to our indigenous roots of understanding one another and getting back to the dualistic nature of spirituality and understanding the dualistic nature of leadership roles and every other role when it comes down to building our community. So, with that being said, again, thank y'all for listening. I really appreciate y'all. Thank you, A1, for letting me do this. Even though it was impromptu, if you would have gave me some more time, it would have been better.
No, this is great, but just keep working, and yep, I'll see you soon. I'm sure. I appreciate you pulling up tonight. It's great as always.
Thank you, thank you. Well, y'all have a good night.
You as well.
You as well.
Salute.
Now
GD
back to your ass,
hit
King.
that link.
Back to your ass, King J.
Issa Kween put up their conquest of the Canaan 1406 BC.
Wait. When GD and Capone is your ally,
He's
you're
not.
going to get your ass.
He's not.
Listen.
That's the thing you don't understand. He's not. He's finna get this smoke on the northern Turkey location. We got smoke, so if he agreeing with me, brother, that I'm telling you something right there.
No, if he agreeing with you, you
They enter
are
the Coliseum,
going
they've
the
got
fuck off. You going off.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna show the people. I'm gonna show the Coliseum of arguments why there's a difference between AI inquiries and actually studying the material and owning the fucking material. I'm gonna show them this.
Mm-hmm. Well, the material, it's nothing to use a quick AI inquiry if needed. But we will find that the Moses timeline best fits the 18th dynasty, not the time of period of Ramses, right? Would you agree to that? At the time that when you get that when you're talking about sister was talking about Sargon or whatever, that is a later. That's not the Ramses time period, bro. That's not 12th century BC.
What are you
Like
talking about?
it doesn't fit, huh?
Why are you referencing Sargon? Are you talking about
Well,
the baby being in a reef?
Well, the sister that just got off, yeah, Issa Queen, she was just reading that about Sargon and possibly, in the Moses narrative. So that fits a later, 18th dynasty, motif. So you're going for a Ramses,
No. What I'm saying is, I'm not saying the Exodus ever happened, but most of the historical kernels come from that period. This is why we see the Israelite name pop up during this period and being mentioned in Merneptah Stele. And all these wars are happening between the Ramesside and the Canaanites.
Can I beg you a question? If we see in the Myrna Patah Stela at 1208, we see that the name Israel is already, being seen as a united, nation, right? At 1208 already, wouldn't that suggest that if there was a biblical narrative that that events already happened before they became Israel? Right, so they would have wandered in the wilderness for however many years they wandered. They would have spent the 400 years, in Egypt, and all of that would have been before 1208 BC. So we get to about 1450, so it doesn't fit 1200 BC at all.
It actually does, because the event. Okay, so two sides are saying the event. The event never happened, but one side is saying the event happens in the 15th century. It's usually maximalists that say that. They say the actual event happened in the 1500s.
What does it do? I'm arguing that it does.
Both says the maximum and the minimalist says that it happened.
Uh-huh.
It ain't about if it happened or not. The question is about the debate is about when did it happen amongst scholars.
Uh-huh.
And the consensus is that the kernels of this event, because they know the event didn't happen, the kernels, the ideas, most of the motifs are derived from the 12th century, the Ramesside period.
So how do you explain the Amana letters?
Right.
The Amana letters have nothing to do.
Oh my God.
But okay, so let me flesh it out. So if you go back, if you was to take the 1446 date and say an Exodus did happen, this is just for the sake of argument. In the narrative is true because we got it recorded by historians like Josephus, right? So it's 40 years in the wilderness, like I put in the comments. Then you have that'll take you to 1406, will be the conquest of Canaan, starting with Jericho, which would be 7 years from 1406 when they entered into Jericho. So that'd be 1399. And then, so somewhere during the 14th century BC, you will have the walls of Jericho falling down. Do you know that the walls of Jericho is dated? Is dated to around that time. They saying the collapse is right there in the 14th century, in the beginning of the 14th century.
It isn't. It's dated to the 16th century.
No, that's the actual bricks are, but they say the city was the actual bricks is dated to the 16th century. The city was inhabited in between after that, and then the walls collapsed. They got the time period when the bricks had collapsed.
The date of the wall. The date of the wall of Jericho would depends on which date you pick, the early date or the late date. So some say 1450.
I'm gonna prove my point. Listen, not only that, the bricks, the outer wall was pushed outward. They didn't collapse from the inside. So how the Bible describes it, it describes the wall falling outward, creating a ramp for the Israelites to come in. Now that's 1399 in the beginning of the 14th century. The Amana letters is in the 1350 BC or something like that. So they hit Jericho, Shechem, and other places, right? Then you start getting these Amana letters popping up. Then after that, you get a Meneptah Stele, which I don't go by the Meneptah Stele. I don't think that it says Israel. Some do, but that's neither here nor there. And then also you got Joshua Witness Stone. They found that as well. That's also mentioned in the book of Joshua and recorded by the historian Josephus as well. Elaborate on those things.
And then you got to give them 1 Kings 6. So
no,
I mean,
when we get to 1 Kings 6, we gonna put a stamp on it. But I want him to elaborate on those archaeological finds. We shouldn't find those things. We shouldn't find archaeological records. The biblical narrative shouldn't be this accurate. That's what I'm saying. What we finding bits and pieces of things in the Bronze Age, in the early Iron Age that match the story completely, because we have no evidence of the people in the Bible ever having these records, because these records was buried. You know what I'm saying? They was fragmented, all different types of things. But go ahead.
So, like I said earlier, I own the Israel Exodus and Transdisciplinary Perspective, Text Archaeology, Culture, and Geoscience. It's basically the conference of all these guys coming together and bringing all of these arguments forth. And some of these arguments are antiquated. One of these arguments that are antiquated is the conquest model, which you're talking about. These things have been thoroughly discredited by archaeologists. You're giving me old arguments. This is why when you brought up the destruction layer is about 16th century. It's not even the time frame that you propose, because you're going
not. All right. Well, so the archaeologists. So what you're talking about? I forgot the sister name.
Just look up the conquest model. Just type in.
So what she dated everything right, but she made this one mistake, and she dated the destruction layer to the 16th century. And later archaeologists found out that I mean, and she only did that because she didn't find a certain pottery, Bronze Age pottery, right? And later archaeologists they came and found the actual pottery that she was looking at. Now, Catherine, what's her name? Catherine something is KK. So no, Catherine, whatever her name is. But anyway, the sister, by the time the sister had passed when they found it, when they found
hear you. My mic hot. My mic hot. What's going on? Hold on.
So, oh wait, my bad. Were you on a show or something?
Yeah, I'm on StreamYard.
Oh, okay, I'm trying to be quick. But all I was going to tell you was I was in a room right now with some Somalis, and you and Mark kind of right. They do want to scam America, and they do want to.
Hold on.
I just muted you out, Joshua. Go ahead. Who was
her name? Her name.
Is it Kathleen Kenyon? Is it Kathleen Kenyon?
Kenyon. Thank you, God Energy. So later archaeologists came and they found the actual party that she was missing, that she was looking for, right? Which date the destruction somewhere between 14 to mid somewhere in the 14th century, right? Late Bronze Age. And what I'm trying to say. And so they didn't want to discredit the archaeologist because she had already passed and she got tons of accolades.
You're talking about Kathleen Kenyon. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So they just left it as it was because of her work. Wasn't nothing wrong with her work. It's just she just made a typical mistake where she misdated something because they used to date.
And she wasn't that far off. She dated the 1550 BC. It was really 1450 BC. So we got it right now. So you know what I'm saying?
It's actually inaccurate. This is why I wanted to respond to that, right? So again, we still have no evidence of occupation layers. Show me the occupation layers between the 15th and 13th centuries. Jericho.
Well, going to the 13th centuries. We talking about in the 15th century.
You didn't hear what I just said. In order for what you're trying to say to be true, then we need to see that these cities were occupied between these two time frames, because they were not occupied.
Well, we know that they was occupied. We know that they was occupied because of the Amarna letters. We got letters coming from Jericho, from the kings of Jericho and other places, sending them to the Pharaoh of Egypt.
It'll be easy for you to say, "Hey, I have this archaeological site here proving that this destruction happened during this time." It'll be easy for you to do it. Most archaeologists and anthropologists agree that it could not have happened between the 15th and 13th century, which is what you're telling me. You're saying it happened during that time frame or that time window, and we don't have any hard evidence proving that it did.
Well, so what you're saying actually doesn't fit well for your argument for a earlier date, because the abandonment is kind of 1200 BC, 1300 BC. Around that time period, around Middle Bronze Age, we do have massive stone walls, right? From about 1700 BC to about 1500 BC, we have massive stone walls. So we don't see the
1700 to what? 1700
about 1700 to about 1550.
For the 16th century, like I said,
we have massive stone walls, right? So if we're talking about, so hold on, let me land my plane, brother. If we have the what we're talking about, Joshua's conquest of the city, that doesn't happen, to my argument, to about 14, like the brother said, about 1406. So we see the collapse. That is the collapse of it. So we see the collapse of it after that, and then after that, we see the abandonment. So the abandonment is after that.
He just
so
said
that
it.
would be about 1300 BC, and then we see then we see later on in the Iron Age, we see the rebuilding of it.
Wow.
Yeah, not only that, how the walls are described to have fallen down. Because if it was an invasion, you would think the walls would have fell inward, but they fell outward, and it created a ramp for them to walk right up into the city. And the site at Jericho, they got this site. They excavated. It's, I forgot what
Yeah.
it's called.
I mean, it
But
even says
they got
in
a
the book.
tale, and they said that it was massive. It was a massive city, and it was inhabited during the mid Bronze Age era, going to the late Bronze Age era.
And then it tells you in the
said
book.
it disappeared in the 16th century. Which one is it?
What?
It
No, I
didn't
didn't say it disappeared
disappear
in
in
the.
the
Wait.
16th
No,
century.
who said that? No, I didn't say it
You said
disappeared in the 16th century.
1700s and the 1600s.
Brother, I said in
But
the
listen,
17th century to 15th. I said they had massive stone walls.
Oh man, I
I
can't
mean,
wait for this debate.
okay, so what about the Joshua Stone? Let's move on. What about the Joshua Stone?
nah, he beat up. He beat up
The
on every.
Joshua stones. You talking about Mount Ebal?
No, the Joshua Stone that they found is it Shechem? Is Shechem in
Yeah,
Shechem?
you talking about
No,
Mount Ebal. That's what
no,
you're talking about.
no.
Yes,
It's
you are.
a
You talking about
stone that
the
it's a
stone
stone
altar.
that listen in Joshua 24 he destroys it. It's a stone that Joshua set up because he says it's gonna be a witness against the children of Israel. So it was this it took multiple men to pick it up to set up. And so it was like a temple right there, and it was a stone. It was this big old stone right there.
Stone altar.
And
That's what you're
the
talking about.
children of Israel started to worship this stone.
Mm-hmm.
And so Joshua had it taken down. Now, in the 1900s, we have German archaeologists. I can't I'm getting these guys' name,
But the
but
brother is right though when he's talking about on Mount Ebal. The altar is on Mount Ebal
That's
though.
what I was saying. Like y'all just be talking, bro.
Mount Ebal.
No,
But
I mean
y'all
I don't.
talking about
I
about
give
the
fair
I'm
credit.
not talking about the altar. I'm talking about the Joshua stone, the actual stone.
Yeah, but brother, the altar is on Mount Ebal. So the stone structure is a structure, right?
No, this is in it's in Jericho or Shechem. It's in one of the
No, so
cities that they
listen.
invaded.
No, brother, I'm on your team. You just listen. Joshua builds a altar of stones, of big ass
Oh
stones.
no, see you talking about that. No, I'm not talking
Oh,
about that. I'm
okay.
talking about
Oh,
the
okay, okay.
Joshua stone. You talking about the 12 stones.
Right,
I'm
right,
talking
right,
about
right, right.
it's this
Okay.
one big old stone that he put. It well, is that in that site? It's around there, but that ain't I don't think that's what I'm talking about.
But that's on Mount Ebal though, if that is what you're talking about. Because then we have the curse tablet. That's why I was telling. I was just busting somebody here the other day about the curse tablets. Those not even tablets. They don't even think that's Hebrew, brother. Like, they don't even think that's writing at all.
Oh, let me get
You know what I'm saying?
the name
So
of it.
you can't use the curse tablets. If you're trying to use the curse tablets, please don't use them. And then I do think you're talking about the Mount Ebal altar, but uh, I don't subscribe to that. I ain't gonna lie. I don't even think it says Hebrew at all. Hebrew. I don't even think it's writing at all. To be
Hey,
quite honest,
GDN and King J, text my phone. Y'all both got my number, but I gotta save y'all number again because y'all not on Facebook.
you gonna set up the face off for the
Yeah, I can get at Joshua on Facebook, but you gotta text
Okay,
my phone so I can get at you.
okay, but
And GDN Capone, same with you. I couldn't find your phone number today.
Oh, girl called him Gideon Capone.
That's funny.
She called him Gideon Capone. But it's
Lucifer, what's your theology like? You seem like a historian. Like,
Yeah,
you're not
so it's
religious
in
at all.
Shechem. It's in the stone is in
Second.
Shechem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's a give me 1 second. Shechem dates to the time period.
yeah. I want to eat y'all words on these destruction layers, occupation time.
I think I got the chronology down pat on that.
Already destroyed all
Okay.
these arguments.
Also, so let's put a stamp on it. Now that's our time period. That's my timeline. Now, when you go to the First Kings, chapter 6, verse 1, it gives a time period when Solomon is building the temple.
Right.
Archaeologists agree that Solomon built this temple around the 925 BCE. So it says it was 400 years after the Exodus. So you
About
take
480 years. That's why I gave him the
480 years
14.
after the Exodus.
Did not agree that Solomon existed, one, and that a temple was erected, two.
So why is in the Encyclopedia Britannica that he built the temple in 925 BCE?
Because they're just retelling the narrative.
But So you saying the Encyclopedia Britannica? So you're on the record saying that the Encyclopedia Britannica is not credible when it is not credible.
I'm saying that the Encyclopedia Britannica is recounting the narrative, the established narrative, the dogma that you believe in. That's all they're doing. They're not saying
well, then write them a letter. But that's what it has there. Not only that, in the book, in the biblical text itself, right? I ain't even gonna go to Josephus yet, but in the biblical text itself, it says when Solomon built this kingdom, 480 years from that. That's when the Exodus happened. So now we can do it from 12. If we do it from if we say the Exodus was in 1200, like you're saying, right? Which it didn't happen, but you got a date of 1200, which is crazy, right? You got so if we do the 1200 and we put it with the biblical narrative,
it don't fit.
It says what? 1200. The Exodus happened 400 years from that. We in what? The 8th century. Saying Solomon built this kingdom in the 8th century. The 8th century is the same time that the Israel is being conquered by the Assyrians. So,
Yeah,
so you could have built it in the 8th century.
Because the narrative is not true. The true story of Israel has nothing to do with what's written in the Torah. The Torah is completely fictive. From Genesis all the way to Deuteronomy. Completely fictive. It's failed to test. Let me tell you why it's fictive. Because none of these stories can be pinpointed in the archaeological record. There's not one layer of strata that tells you these stories the way it's written in that book.
What about Sodom and Gomorrah?
It's not.
Well, let's not go there. I mean,
what about it's called Gonaz El Safri, right?
No,
it's in the direct location that the biblical narrative in other historians says is in, right? And I got multiple. Not only that, they have a cave there. And the cave is called the Sanctuary of Lot in the city of Safri, which means the small city in Hebrew for Zoan, right? Which is located between two other cities. That was once, four other cities. It's right directly in the middle of four. There's two on each side, two cities on each side, which was inhabited in the Bronze Age, and then it ceased to be inhabited from a great cataclysm that happened to just those four cities. But this city in the middle, it continued to strive and it continued to be inhabited by people. Explain that. Also, the cave, it has inscriptions saying sanctuary a lot, but they know that they came from a later religious, early religious settlement, like in the 1st century, because they actually built a church there, right? Because they understood that was the location where Lot had refuge.
None of that's positive. That's not a positive evidence for these events happening. Just because someone built a church there and they had a religious belief behind this does not then say that the said event happening or the said people that are involved in the event happening. This is a logical fallacy. It's a false dichotomy.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just laying it out. Now, the evidence go way further than that. What you're trying to portray, like the exact location is correct. The exact location, like from Abraham was in Mamre. He said that he can see the smoke from Sodom. If you look from Mamre, you can. It's right. Sodom is directly across from that, right? Not only that, the borders, if you can triangulate the area using the biblical narrative and other historical references such as Josephus, Eusebius, and other ancient recorders during that time period. And you can triangulate the Pacific area, and the details are the same. The details are exact. It's too accurate. That's what I'm saying. When you say that the Torah is none in the Torah happened, then why is these cities burnt to crisp? What happened? It couldn't have been a volcano because the city in the middle would have been burnt to crisp. And we know didn't nobody set it on fire because the cemeteries was burnt.
What
It's
what what
well.
what, what was the name of the city? Did you say Tel El Haman?
No, that's the north. That's the northern location. Which that
Okay,
northern location came later, right
I
after
like
they
I like
already
the
found the southern location. The
okay
northern location came later to.
because Steve
I don't
Collins
know
is
why
Steve,
they just popped up later. Those are geological formations, right? In that northern location. I'm talking about Tel El Bar, what is it? Babadar,
I see
Safre,
that one. I see that
um,
one.
and
And
man, I got
Numera,
their names. I got a whole
Numera.
presentation on Sodom and
I'm
Gomorrah.
I'm looking at it. It's Bob El Darai and Numera. It says they are
And,
two cities that were destroyed
yeah.
around 2300 BC. And
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 what you're saying essentially is a cataclysmic event happened in a certain region, so therefore Genesis is correct.
No.
That's
Not only that, the details are correct, right? The one
Genesis is
detail being what? Hold on, look. One detail being what? Lot went into a small city, and in that small city, he retrieved to a cave. They found the small city. They found the city, which was directly in between the other four cities, right? Two on each side. And if you go north from there, it's a small cave there, right? Now, this is in the archaeological records. And we found the church showing that people early on believed that this is the location because they used to retreat there. They built the church. They was like some type of not worship, but they was, it's a religious
Capone,
understanding.
what should be more better to try to do is
Ceremonious understanding.
argue for a catastrophic event and then try to attach that to a cultural memory. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
you can
cultural memory.
probably
There you go.
yeah, and that's really all that it really is. Cultural memories. There was an event. There was a catastrophic event, probably was something came from the sky that destroyed this actual area. And then these people attached the mythos to it, right? Sodom and Gomorrah that we see in the
But
Bible.
what's the probability of a catastrophic event happening, right? Something
It happens all the
catastrophic,
time.
right?
yeah,
So and the city in the middle don't get touched, but both cities, but the four cities, and these just
in your
these
mind,
four cities
that means the biblical
are the
narrative.
ones that gets
In your mind,
destroyed.
How
in
do you
your
know?
mind, hold on, wait a minute, because I told you that all of the Torah is false. It's not real history. Then you said, well, this city burnt down. In your mind, that's positive evidence that what's written about Sodom and Gomorrah, the angels coming down and punishing the city and raining down fire and brimstone and people turning to pillar of salt is correct. You think that's
Yeah, we
actually
also found the salt pillar as well.
Oh my God.
Capone.
Oh my God.
The religious narrative attached to it is not true. That's the cultural memory and the folklore and the mythos. The event happened.
But wait,
See,
hold on, because y'all
we're
want to.
arguing
So
to
you
the
want to go
we're
away
arguing to
from the text is what mentioned it. Nothing else mentioned this, right? So
text is
now,
false.
but hold on.
Two things
What
missing,
evidence do
Capone.
we have? What evidence do we have of it being attributed to something else? Because we don't. The
You're
only
asking,
evidence the only evidence,
you're
and
inserting that
this is used in archaeology, is if you use without the mythos, they wouldn't have no information about the things that they actually find. You'll just have a artifact. You just have something. You
but
just
see the
found
thing
something.
the
So
difference is that
the mythos help flesh out the details about certain things that they find in the archaeological record.
the mythos is the religion that so the mythos is you attributing it to a god. You know what I'm saying? That's the religious doctrine. History just says that it is some sort of catastrophic event, right? Like you may
Yeah,
say, we're transitioning from the Iron Age into the Bronze Age, may be attributed to a meteor. You know, the
right, but King J, what's the
but
probability, right, of just that one city not being touched. And the people during the Bronze Age time that recorded it, they said that this is due to God. This is due
Yeah,
to
but I
not.
don't
They didn't
believe.
even say
I'm
God. They
not
said
religious,
to
upon
their power, whoever it was. If it was the Netta, if it was whoever it was, whatever word they had, Elohim, whatever they had, that's what they
it.
said that it was due to. And
Mhm.
they said that it was that city was saved from somebody that was inhabiting that one city.
You know, I don't
And
believe
then the
that part
mythos comes after
because
that.
I'm
So
not religious, but
no, I'm not being
yeah.
religious. I'm being strictly critical with the text. I'm
No,
using the text
You
as
are being
evidence.
religious.
I'm using textual evidence, right? And I'm asking you,
Mhm.
so what's the probability of these other cities hurt? So four meteorites came and hit those four cities, and in this one in the middle, nothing happened.
Mhm. Mhm. So you're attributing that to
Do we
God?
have wait, hold
That's
on.
the
So
problem I have when you say that that's God. But you know what I'm saying? Like that's where I'd be like, well,
The
I'm
issue is
just
he's treating it like history. Genesis is
right.
not history; it's fiction.
well,
All of
no,
it's
well, if it's fiction, we shouldn't find we shouldn't find things in the archaeological record
all you do is
that the fiction is mentioning. You shouldn't be able
Mhm.
to find these things. And this ain't just one thing. Hold on. This ain't just one thing, bro. It's
rampant.
multiple things. It's multiple things. And we keep finding them time after time again. We
Lord,
shouldn't, it shouldn't be, they shouldn't have been this accurate.
they're not
Talk
accurate at
about,
all.
okay, look, hold on. Let's talk about the science in the Bible. Earlier today, I was just having this conversation with
Wait,
an
wait,
atheist.
before we get into that, let's go to a word from our sponsor,
Oh, go
Science in
ahead.
the Bible. Hold that thought.
Go ahead.
This is not a conversation. This is not a discussion. This is a war of ideas. Welcome to Coliseum of Arguments, presented by Titans Debate League. Two minds enter. One leads with intellectual dominance. In one corner, Shasad, the Hebrew scholar armed with scripture, history, and a fire from the ancient text. In the opposing corner, humble mystic, the naturalist, challenging tradition, questioning everything, bringing raw, unfiltered logic to the battlefield. The question, was the Canaanite god El and the biblical god Yahweh the same? Faith, history, mythology collide. No ducking, no dodging, no mercy, just pure intellectual combat. Let's pause the noise for a second, because if you're still here right now, you're already different. Not everyone gets this. Not everyone understands real debate, real scholarship, real intellectual smoke. But you do. This is Coliseum of Arguments. This is Titans Debate League. And what happens here doesn't survive on algorithms. It survives on the people who believe in it. When you support through Cash App, you're not just donating. You're fueling the arena. You're the reason we can bring in high-level guests. You're the reason we keep unbiased judges. You're the reason these debates stay sharp, fair, and uncompromised. This platform is built by thinkers, sustained by supporters, protected by the ones who know value when they see it. If this show has ever sharpened your mind, has ever entertained you, or has ever challenged what you thought you knew, then Cash App is how you say, keep this going. Not everyone contributes, but the ones who do, they're part of what makes this real. Coliseum of Arguments, Titans Debate League, powered by the people who get it.
Yeah, I
Man.
yield. Y'all got it.
Yeah, you gotta like, cause you be petty fogging, man. You be throwing a bunch of stuff out there hoping it stick. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
No. I'm just. This is.
All right. So
I done researched all this stuff, bro. I got slides ready.
my debate offer for you, GD and Capone, is the Torah fiction. I will debate you on that. Is the Torah
All right,
fiction?
so well we can, bro. You know the Torah non-fiction, bro. It's certain
I know it's
sciences in the Hebrew that the Torah was written, that the Torah is written in, right? Like for instance, let's talk about the Sodom and Gomorrah thing. Do you know the word for Sodom in Hebrew? Do you know what it means?
I don't have to. It's non sequitur.
It means to burn. It means something that is burnt.
So what?
So the Hebrew, if you understand the Hebrew language, the Hebrew is an action, is moving. So the Hebrew it identifies the word that is called in Hebrew. It identifies it gives you the nature of whatever it's talking about. Like for instance,
that makes the narrative true because.
But what I'm saying is the wording, the Hebrew, the
It
place
speaks
that
to the
they
cultural
name
memory.
is telling you what happened. Gomorrah means to be trampled. It mean not trampled. It means like the earth, like a earth rattling, right? I mean not an earth rattling. It means to be underneath or something like that. Something that's being submerged. Sodom, Gomorrah, Zebulun, and the other one. So when you read all four of them together in Hebrew, it's telling you that something is being burnt, it's going to be buried, and it's a earth is going to be under the earth through like something shaking or rattling. Because it say like the last one is like gazelle. But if you think of a gazelles in a pack, it's like a trembling. So it's talking about a destruction in something being in the cities, in these cities, these locations being burnt. In the Hebrew, that's too accurate, bro. Not only that, we can get into the science, right? Like I said, I was talking about certain sciences. For instance, the expansion of the universe, right? The Bible already states, the biblical narrative already states that the God of the Israelites expanded the universe.
That's not in the Torah. That's the book of Psalms. Where he spreads the universe that's not in the Torah.
It's in Isaiah as well. And it is when it says in book of Genesis, it talks about how he divided this and that and how he set a firmament. That's expanding.
Oh man, y'all just put a square peg in a round one real fast when it comes to the Bible, bro.
Right, so what about light being the beginning of the universe existence?
The Bible is not describing the Big Bang event.
Are y'all
Yes,
brothers Torah?
That's Genesis 1:1.
It's not describing the Big Bang event.
Okay, so do you know what you need to? Do you know what scientists study for a scientific? What you need for a scientific phenomenon? Because they call the Big Bang. They call the Big Bang a scientific phenomenon, right? So you need.
Gapon, real quick. Question to you.
Go ahead.
If the sun wasn't created on the third day, what was the light on the first?
What?
God doesn't create the sun until
was created. It doesn't say that the sun was created on. He divided the light from the darkness, so the sun came from those lights. He set up the sun to be the greater light for the day on the fourth day. That's what it says. In the stars also. So
what he's trying to say is science is a misunderstanding of science. When we're talking about in the beginning of the Big Bang, there was a flash of light. That's not the same thing where in Genesis they said, "Let there be light."
Oh no, that's not what. Oh,
exactly.
my bad.
That is what you're trying to compare it to, brother.
The Big Bang, but not as a flash of light. When we talking about the singularity, right? The cosmic microwave background. We talking about that light. We not talking about because the Big Bang that's just a word that's just a phrase that they use to describe the actual scientific phenomenon that's happening in the beginning of the universe existence that we can observe.
Right, and during this period, about 300,000, because I'm looking at it right now. After 300,000 years after the Big Bang, then we see this for this period of time, 300,000 years of light, because of all of this activity that's going on. That has nothing to do with the biblical narrative. In the biblical narrative, you just have a magical lamp that God creates.
This is the thing. So this is the thing, bro. If we apply the scientific method, you cannot have the wrong point of view. If you have the wrong point of view, you're going to get the wrong conclusion.
right? So in
how can you apply a scientific method when the Bible says a day in a life and a God is 1,000 years?
Well, that's another. That's a whole nother. That's a whole nother discussion right there. Because what it's describing is something that's in a higher
7 days.
dimension. No, that's in a higher dimension, right? Even in Genesis 1 with Adam, how the surgery is done on Adam, only a 4 or higher level dimensional being would able to be able to do that way without any blood spilling, without cutting open anything. A fourth dimensional entity, which we can't really comprehend, our mind can't comprehend it, would be able to see something, like say something was wrong with that, be able to see something wrong with it, split you apart, pull it out, and then put you back together and sew you up like nothing never happened. And that's how it's explained with Adam.
No, it's not. No, it's
Example being, you can a piece of paper, you can just rip the paper apart, then you can just tape it back up together again. That's the same way a higher dimensional being will be able to interact with us.
Brother.
Oh wow.
Brother, you going
all
all over.
I didn't know you had that much suit on you.
Yeah, Genesis 1.
That ain't suit up. Man,
Genesis 1. Hold on. GD and Capone. Genesis 1 is not compatible with science at all. It's not compatible with the Big Bang Theory. It has nothing to do with it. That light that starts for 300 or 400,000 years from the helium and hydrogen had nothing to do with Genesis 1 and 1. Then there's a dark age after that. I just looked at it. It's a dark age after that. And then we get our first objects in the universe, right? And then those grow into clusters and stars, and then the stars create lighter elements to heavier elements. And then we get our sun 10 billion years after the fact. So the Bible ain't got nothing to do with actual cosmogony. It has nothing to do with actual cosmogony.
Well, let's deal with that, right? So like the brother, like I was explaining, the high level dimensional. So what makes them a high dimensional, because they can move in 4 dimensions, right? The last one to be in and out of time, right? So we could 3 dimensional, we can move forward, up and down, forward and back, forward and backward, and dang, I always get the dimensions messed up. But anyway, anyway, so they'll be able to move forward and back through time, and in and out of the physical reality, like phasing in and out. That's how the character in the New Testament, which people call Jesus, is described. How he can disappear and reappear, phase away from the people without them even noticing, right? How he could be locked up and then be unreleased because he's moving through time. That's also how it's explained in the Torah, right? It even mentioned the separation between flesh and blood in these entities, right? These beings, or however you want to, whatever name you want to give them, right? So it's showing an interaction between the two, and that's all. That's all I'm saying.
I'm trying to find the relevance of all this.
So with the creation of everything, as it's stated in Genesis 1, and it's other scriptures that goes along with that double downs on it. It like I said, if your perspective is wrong, if your point of view is wrong, your conclusion is wrong.
Right. Let's get into that. Let's get to Genesis 1. Hold on.
So if we're dealing with someone that has the ability to manipulate time, so it could create, meaning it could make something happen here, and it could sped up the time, which it says he stretched out the heavens, which I got the whole diagram and everything that's showing everything that Genesis is talking about in reference to the Big Bang Theory. You don't want this smoke, bro. I'm
gonna read it.
And I got the scriptures that go with it. You don't want it, bro.
I'm gonna read the scripture. I'm gonna just go into the scripture and show you that this has nothing to do with actual cosmology. So it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth. The first verse starts off with the heavens and the earth. The earth is already fully formed here.
No, it's not.
So what is that earth there?
That's a conclusion. That's a narration. Hold on. Hold on, bro. Listen. That's a narration. That's the conclusion. But it's concluding. It's telling you in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth. Mind you, according to Spencer Hubert, Hubert Spencer, who wrote Scientific Principles, right? The 5 principles of science that you need to study a scientific phenomenon, which we still use today: time, force, space, energy, time, force, energy, space, and matter. That's all in Genesis 1. In the beginning is time, God is the force, created is the energy, space and matter is the heaven and the earth.
The scripture don't say that. It don't say that at all. So what I'm reading here, I know I know in the Big Bang cosmogony, there's no earth in the beginning. But in your book, it says in the beginning God created heavens and the earth.
Hold on. So in the big let's go to the Big Bang, right? In the Big Bang, right? Did the earth come from the Big Bang event?
No.
Or what was going to become the earth? Did those elements come?
It took billions of years to get planets, but
right. But nevertheless,
let me read the rest of this.
No, hold on. Before you do that, but nevertheless, the earth came from that, and then your statement is wrong. It's faulty because in Genesis, in the next verse, it says the earth wasn't formed yet, and it was void. It was empty.
You're right. It was formless, but the earth is here, though. It says the earth.
So, Capone, you're saying that the Bible was the earth was formed on the day 3 or 4, right? So, opposed to 300 and 400,000.
No, it says right here.
No, hold on. Go ahead. Let him go.
It says right here, the earth was formless and empty, and darkness covered the deep waters. You got water in the beginning, according to your Bible.
Yeah,
in the Spirit of God, stop.
Go ahead.
And the Spirit of God was hovering over the surface of the waters. There's no waters in the beginning, according to the Big Bang cosmogony. But in your book, we got water and we got earth, or a stencil of earth.
That's another lie. So scientists have concluded that there is water in what we call deep space.
No, you didn't hear what I just said. You don't have water in the beginning of the universe. You don't have water. So this is not.
You have elements.
What elements do you have? What elements do you have?
Listen. The best. So you got to understand. When the person is writing this, the best way that he can describe these things is through actual stuff that he already know of, right? So when it says water, it's not talking about like actual water, but actual water did come from this thing. So it's kind of circular, but it's actually talking about
elements.
The elements is talking about the pre-existing elements.
This is Hebrew Israelite school. Let me keep going. They say
what is the abyss?
Abyss is that's what the during the time that's like a void space.
I'm gonna show that this is not talking about literal metaphorical waters. It's actually talking about literal damn water, because it says deep waters covered. The darkness was covered with deep waters, like a damn ocean or something. These are the let me talk, bro. You gonna talk.
Go ahead, bro.
This is obviously men creating a narrative based off the things they see on the planet Earth. They see water, deep water. They see a sea. Oh, God must have formed over there, or the beginning was like this. That's basically what they're trying to describe.
But how did they know that light was in the beginning, though?
Verse 3, then God said, let there be light. And there was light, and God saw the light was good. Then he separated the light from the darkness. This is not in the Big Bang cosmology.
Yes, it is. You have the CMB, and that goes through a period of time, and then it cools down where it's darkness, and then you have your first form of light, which is they dated it's like a couple billion years. But
that's not what this says. That's not what this says. It says, then he separated the light from the dark.
Hold on, brother. You got to look at it.
Who wrote this? The people that wrote this were describing is the day and night cycle that we have on the planet Earth.
That's what you see. You put in your today. You put in your. That's you. You got a presupposition, so you're looking at it that way. You're not looking at it in a way to see what it's actually saying. How I know that is how I know that is actually saying that, because in the Bible, in other scriptures of the Bible, it actually mentions the element. Like in Second Peter, in Peter's epistle, it started talking about, when it started talking about the creation, the earth standing out of the water, it started talking about the elements as well.
All right, so now let me read this. It says, God called the light day and the darkness night. This is really talking about the diurnal cycle that we witness on earth every day during a 24-hour period.
Yeah,
and hold on, GDN. To even put the cherry on top of this, it says, "In evening passed and morning came, marking the first day." This is talking about diurnal time. That's all it's talking about. The light and dark phases that we witness on the planet Earth. That's let you know that this is not coming from no divine being. This is just coming from a human giving his experiences on the planet.
When?
During the Bronze Age or during the Iron Age.
During the Bronze Age, right? So what? So how did this human understand it?
I don't want to draw too far. I want to keep reading. I want to keep reading to just keep driving.
He's getting the whatever human that is. He's getting it sounds like he's getting a first-hand account of how things started.
Well, most of these ancient cultures would write about how the beginning happened and how humans created. These are just people asking the question, how did we come to be? And they're extrapolating certain information and data from sensory data that they get from living on the earth. That's all they're doing. So it goes on to say, then God said, let there be space between the waters to separate the waters of the heavens from the waters of the earth. That's how we know that waters in the beginning was not talking about no metaphorical waters. He literally meant waters, H2O, because he says separate the waters.
No, it don't form into H2O until after he put the firmament on it. He said he command the waters to go down, and that's the separation of the waters. Once he create the firmament, which the firmament is, which a lot of people get messed up. The firmament is not a dome over the earth. The firmament, the stars are inside of the said firmament. So the firmament is the observable universe, what we could observe through the physical laws and everything. That's what the firmament is, because all the stars are inside of the firmament.
Let me just read it without all the extra. Look, bro, it says waters of the earth, and you would never say the waters of the earth are just elements. You would say water is water. So this is
H2O, which comes from elements.
Yes, and it says water of heavens and waters of the earth, which means in verse 1, when it mentions the waters hovering over the surface of the waters, it's talking about literal H2O. Again, in Big Bang cosmology, we don't have water in the beginning. We just have hydrogen and helium, the two lightest elements. That's all we got. We don't have water. That will require oxygen, right? We don't have that. It says, then God, it says right here, God called the space the sky. In evening.
Wait, hold on. How do you get oxygen? From plants, right?
No.
From fauna. You do.
From stars.
From stars, right? So if the so in the Big Bang cosmology, do the stars come before the earth?
Yes.
Yes.
So technically, you got water. You have the elements for water.
He not
what
getting
are you talking about, bro?
Not getting it, bro. And all right, it goes on to say,
you can push that past somebody that don't know, but I see your flaw because I study the science. I study physics. I study science. The reason we have the whole thing about
stars yet. Hold on, wait. We don't even have stars yet, but you got waters, you got earth, you got everything. You need stars to create the heavier elements.
Bro, these are talking about time periods that is going past and it's happening, and the being is doing it simultaneously because he can control the time. So
but on verse 6 it says waters of the earth. So the earth is formed in this verse.
No, the earth is not formed. The earth was formless and void. What don't you understand?
In the first verse, but in the second verse it says
the earth is formless and void. It's not formed until it's finished. Until he said, "Thus the heavens and the earth was completed." That's when the earth is formed.
Bro, it says here that you have waters of the earth. It literally says that in verse 6.
No, it doesn't.
All right. So verse 6, I'm going to read it again. Let there be space between the waters to separate the waters of the heavens from the waters of the earth. It literally says that.
Okay, so hold on. Let's deal with that. So it says to separate, right? So that means that they was once together.
How the hell do you have an earth?
So that
No,
means
hold on. No. Don't run to that. Don't run to that. Let's deal with the waters.
That means the earth exists. Water exists on earth.
If he had to separate them, was they once joined together?
Did
Separated.
You get
oh my god!
Did you get the point? The point is you have water here.
No, wait, hold on.
And you have the earth in the beginning.
At that point, yes.
No, you're making that up.
He's separating the two.
King J, he's making that up, and you can't allow him to make it up, right? Because it doesn't say it. When it says the waters of the earth, is because it's for one, the water is being separated from the water that's above the earth, which would.
Real quick, Capone. Is the word used? Is it aretz or alam?
Aretz.
That means land, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And then it says God called the space sky. So this is talking about the sky here. In order to have a sky, you got to have an atmosphere surrounding what? The earth. What creates our sky is the lighter elements that are attracted to the earth's gravity. That's what creates that. Hold on. That's what creates the sky. So you're saying that we have an atmosphere at this time, we have an earth, and we have waters. In the beginning, this is the second day, by the way.
Before a sun. We don't even have a sun yet.
You don't even have a sun. You got an atmosphere. An atmosphere, a planet, and got water on it.
With no sun yet.
Well, I have
or a moon.
This is what I'm saying. I got actual astrophysicists that agree with me, right? So
I want to keep reading.
You find some that agree with you, right? But they're gonna just say the same thing that I'm saying because you know.
Let me keep reading. It gets worse.
So you making that up. I'm putting out my Bible right now. You making all that up, bro.
In the evening passed and morning came, marking the second day. Then God said, let the waters beneath the sky flow together into one place so dry ground may appear. That's how it's written. So the water.
So is it giving you the origin of how land got on the earth? How we get land?
Basically saying that the water receded, brother, so the dry ground may appear. That's what it says.
It don't say receded.
Yes,
it don't say receded. It doesn't say receded. It says that they gathered.
It says let the waters beneath the sky flow together into one place, so dry ground may appear.
That's gathering up the water. That's not receding.
So the water was covering the dry. All right. It says right here that they may appear.
It sounded like the water was covering the land, Capone.
Yes, it was. It was.
So the earth was already created, like I said.
In the water.
All right, let's keep going. It says, and that is what happened. God called the dry ground land and the water seas, and God saw that it was good. Now it's going to get real. This ain't got nothing to do with cosmology or the history of the earth. It says, then God said, let the land sprout with vegetation, every sort of seed-bearing plant and trees that grow seed-bearing fruit. How in the hell do you have seeds, plants that bear seeds, one, and then fruits? How?
Right. It's because it's giving you what they're going to produce. Right. Nah. So so hold on, bro. So who planted? It's certain plants that just grow naturally. Who planted those?
All plants evolved from algae. You don't even have seeds until 200 million years ago. You don't have fruits until 100 million years ago. How do you have fully developed trees?
Bro,
you got trees in the beginning. Fully developed.
Bro, stop taking these people's standpoints, brother. For one, what's happening in Genesis 1 is that he's creating everything to sustain.
I hope A1 not sleep so I can show everybody how silly this is. I hope he not sleep. Hold on. Plant evolution. Let me pull this up.
Yeah, it comes from red algae. Where do red algae come from? The ocean, right?
Hold on. I just want to show. Hopefully, I can share my screen. I don't know if he's asleep. He might be asleep. I should have my ass sleep too, to be honest with you. I gotta get up and go to work, but I gotta slay pseudos every night. I'm like Batman. I'm fighting crime in this bitch. Hey, A1, you.
I'm probably finna jump off too though real quick. Capone, you already got A1 said get your number to him.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah,
So we can set it up.
So A1 probably sleep, but so Capone.
Lucifer, was we setting up something or what?
Yeah, we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk. We gotta dance.
All right, y'all. Peace.
Peace. I think A1 sleep. But GD and Capone, you can easily look up the evolution of plants. We don't start off with seeds. We damn sure don't start off with trees. You got whole trees in this verse.
Brother,
you got fruits.
Hold on. So this is what I'm saying, bro. You can't make these statements because there's certain things that's not translated in English that's in the Hebrew, right? So let's go right here, right? First, name me someplace else other than Earth where trees are, where plants grow.
That's not the point. The point is on Earth.
No. Name me another place. Is there any other place that produce plants that produce? Hold on. That produce oxygen that makes the atmosphere dense enough, right, to support life.
You're making a straw man argument because you can't stand on this argument.
That's not a straw man argument. So I'm gonna read what it says. So hold on, bro. So I'm gonna read what it says. Genesis 1:11. It say, and God said, "Let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed." So
grass.
And the fruit tree yielding fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself upon the earth, and it was so. And the earth brought forth grass and herb yielding seed after its kind, and the tree yielding fruit after its kind, whose seed is in itself after his kind. So, and God saw it, and it was good. So, right there is showing you the
So God went to Home Depot and bought a fake tree or bought trees and plants and stuff. This is silly.
No. It said let forth the earth. It's showing you the vegetation coming from the ground, coming from the land, the ground. God is commanding it, right? And He doesn't need the
tree,
the light, because He is the light, right? So this is what I'm saying is this is all happening. He control the time, so He's creating. This is all part of the creation. So this is all needed in order for mankind to exist on the earth. All these things you need. We need the vegetation for oxygen. We need the water. We need water. Oh, go ahead.
So we're just gonna tap dance over the fact that you have fully developed trees and fruits, because it said the land produced vegetation, all sorts of seed-bearing plants, and trees with seed-bearing fruit. Right. This is problematic because plants need to develop. You're not giving it. And you said grass. Grass don't even exist in early Earth. We don't have grass. We don't have none of this. Everything comes from algae, and it takes millions of years to develop seeds, fruits, and trees.
So, wait, hold on. So what the dinosaurs was eating? Because we got some of them that was herbivores.
They didn't eat grass. Grass didn't exist during the dinosaurs time period.
What?
Grass did not exist. They ate ferns.
So during the dinosaur period, there was no fauna on the surface.
Fauna is animals. You mean flora? There was flora. Flora. There was ferns. They ate ferns. They ate different plants. Grass did not exist. A fern is a type of plant. It's like real leafy. You've seen it before. It's real leafy. It's not grass.
But it's no grass.
You know what grass is? Grass. Well, you know your lawn. That's grass. Your yard. That's grass.
I'm saying there's no grass in none of the places on the earth. The earth is just a rocky surface.
No, there's plants on the earth. There's no grass.
So where did the grass come from?
Grass evolved from earlier
You know
plant
what?
types like ferns.
You go deal with the grass thing because that's
So the
not
problem is
making sense, bro. It's not making sense.
component is not your fault. It's not your fault.
No, it's not
Nobody
making
is teaching
sense.
nobody in this community. Nobody's actually educating in this community. That's the issue. We don't
Well,
even.
I agree. I agree with. Well, I wouldn't say nobody. There's a lot.
You don't even understand that grass didn't exist during the time of the dinosaurs is because we spend a lot of our time.
No. I didn't say that. I mean, you said that it didn't exist, right? But whenever we see the dinosaurs, they show them on whenever they have a depiction or whatever science is saying, they show them with grass and vegetation.
No, majority.
And we know in the fossil record that they was herbivores, right? Some of them didn't eat meat.
Grass, say it with me. Grass is not the only source for herbivores. Dinosaurs ate ferns. That's not grass.
But that don't mean that grass wasn't around on the. Bro, I'm not gonna have this. This is a circular argument, bro.
It's not though. It's not. It's just that we don't have a fundamental understanding of plant ecology and plant evolution.
Right, that's cool. But all right, so the part with the community not being as educated, that's neither here nor there. That can cause some problems for some. But the ones that are educated, I know people that's actually in like political positions that's in the community, right? They had to go. They actually graduated from college. Right, that has a degree, that has a successful career and everything. Even the ones that didn't, it's some that whose IQ is very high. Now, is the majority. So, but what you're saying is that is a problem with our education as Black people in a whole. That has nothing to do. That has nothing to do with the Israelite community. So you saying that the Europeans are better educated than us?
No, I'm saying in these communities,
they're smarter than us. That's what you're saying.
No, I'm specifically.
We have limited education, but yet
I'm saying specifically the conscious, what we call the conscious community, where the Black Hebrew Israelites go, the NOI, and all these people are at, Afrocentrics. It's clear and evident that we have a dearth of education when we don't even understand that grass evolved and didn't exist during the time of the dinosaurs. We don't even understand something as simple and basic.
We know that it came. We know red algae and all that, but what I'm saying is that's not the case, because we can look those things up, right? And that's not a fundamental knowledge anyway, right?
Yes, it is.
No,
yes,
it's not. When did dinosaurs exist on Earth?
You said what?
When did dinosaurs exist on Earth?
Between what? 200 million to 66 million years ago.
200 million years, right? So, well, in the last, it's 66 million, right?
Mm-hmm.
And from the 66 million, that goes all the way down to what? The 12,000, because that's the ice age, right?
No, dinosaurs died off 66 million years ago.
They died off in 66 million years ago. In the period from that time to 12,000 BC is the ice age, correct?
No. There's different ice. There's multiple ice ages.
Pull up the ice age, man.
There's multiple ice ages. It's not just
there could be multiple ice ages, but I'm talking about youngest dryas. So
youngest dryas did happen 12,000 years ago, which was a colder period, a dry, cold period.
Yeah, let me pull this up real quick. Right.
But all I'm telling you is this: the third day is problematic because you have trees, plants with seeds and fruits in the beginning. And the reason why we have fruits is because of large herbivore animals. They're literally the reason why we have fruits, or the evolution of bigger fruits. That's literally why we have it.
Let me ask you this.
So let me tell you why it's problematic. Hold on. Let me tell you why it's problematic. Because this is before you even have animals. On the third day, you ain't got no damn animals to even create no goddamn fruits. That's another issue with that verse.
Okay, so wait, so you said the reason we have fruit is because of large animals.
Yes.
Explain it.
All right, and this might be a little complicated to explain. So basically, the idea is herbivores like your brontosauruses, your Argentinosaurus, your long neck sauropod dinosaurs, the ones with long necks.
Yeah. That we have in temples, that we have in ancient temples.
Oh man,
No. Go ahead.
I was just about to tell you good night after that one.
Go ahead. No, you can't. They definitely got two animals with their necks wrapped around each other.
Right.
So where they shouldn't even known that stuff was like
the
that.
idea is because they ate so much vegetables and they also destroyed so much forest that the plants in response, evolutionary response was to survive, that they would make their seeds bigger and these seeds would grow.
So plants are sentient.
Yes, they're living.
Yeah, they are living, but you saying that they're sentient, like they conscious. That makes no. That's not how it happened, bro. That's a bad explanation. If science is saying that because the dinosaurs ate all the fruit, ate all the herbs, that the plants it forced the plants to like the plants like, okay, shit, we gotta make some fruit, we gotta make something. We ain't gonna be here anymore.
Yeah, that's actually how living organisms react, because everything's competitive.
Yeah, I understand that. But that's not how it works, bro. That's not how it works. For one, the seed is in the plant from the start, right? It's not that the plant produce no seed. The seed is in the plant, and with that, certain animals come and pollinate the plant, and then the plant produces a fruit. It buds, it blooms, and then it produces a fruit, right? It's called photosynthesis, right? And it produces other things like sugar and oxygen, right? So,
oh, my bad. I just looked it up. So the dinosaurs is what prevented the fruit to grow to as we know it now.
Okay.
Because they kept destroying the forests.
Oh, so that's why they're not as big anymore.
When they went extinct, when these giant ass dinosaurs went extinct, the forests was able to grow and thrive, and the seeds became thicker.
So
and that's how we got fruit.
So what's the explanation of the dinosaurs being certain dinosaurs, because it's really the majority, right? Being so large in scale.
What do you mean? What do you ask?
Why was they so big?
Because they dominated the ecology. So if you can dominate your ecology where you basically outcompete every other organism in food, you're going to grow. You're going to become bigger.
You're not going to grow you're not going to be as tall as you ain't going to be as massive as a building.
If you do it for 100 million years, your ass will be.
You won't even live 100 million years.
No, you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm not saying you yourself living for 100 million years. I'm talking about yes. After they have kids, and they keep doing it over and over again, where they keep dominating a niche ecology, where they're the only ones with these long necks can eat from the top of a damn tree. They're going to get really big because they don't have anybody. They don't have anything to compete with.
So hypothetically, if not an eagle, because the eagle is already big. I'm trying to get at some type of bird. I guess we go with the eagle, right? So an eagle, if it dominates, if it becomes the apex predator in its environment, and it kills off, say, like the lions and everything, all the other things that's more predators than the vulture, whatever. Those things die off, and the vulture eats. I mean, the eagle eats everything. It's going to grow as large as a pterodactyl.
No, because it doesn't. It has too much competition. And also, you brought up a predator animal. It relies on your herbivores as well. So your herbivores got to get big for your carnivores to get big.
Yeah, but what I'm saying
is your carnivores eat the herbivores. You see how they work? Yeah, so if there's bigger herbivores, there's more protein for the carnivore to consume.
So what I'm stating is that there's a reason why the dinosaurs are that big, and it's because to show the scale difference from mankind. It's to show it's just like how the Shemayim is way above the earth, the Eretz, right? It's to show, it's the scaling. The Egyptians did this. The Egyptians showed the Pharaoh being this big giant thing to show the scaling difference, the power, the domination over someone else, right? So it's all about scaling, right? It's all mathematics, and that's I'm bringing it back to that because it even tells you that in the book of Job that he measured everything, which requires mathematics, right? It laid the foundation, which it's telling you over and over and over again that everything from their narrative was created, and we're finding these same things in the fossil, in archaeological record, right? So that's and you can't say, oh, it's a cultural memory. No, this is coming. This is firsthand. This is a firsthand account what we're witnessing, what we're experiencing, right? Because these things we shouldn't find these things, nor should they be this accurate, nor should they have science behind it that explains. It shouldn't. It shouldn't, bro. We shouldn't. What is the possibility of that happening? It's probably the same possibility of you being in the forest and having not you being in the forest, wood and nail in the forest and thinking that you're gonna get a house out of that. That's a bad analogy, but you know what I'm saying. I don't care, but however you put it. The randomness. I'm talking about randomness. Randomness don't produce life.
No one said randomness did.
Intent. What we talking about? Intelligence. Look up the word. Right. Intelligence is what produces life. The universe is intelligently designed and fine-tuned to support life on Earth.
Man,
that's why the universe is expanding, because the universe is big and it was formed large enough for the expansion. Think of the fish in the fishbowl. This thing. The fish grows as big as the fishbowl, right? So the universe, right, the observable universe is designed and fine-tuned intelligently for it to expand, for the expansion to happen, which we didn't know early on and we found out much later. Man, it's so much stuff, bro. Even
look, bro, like I don't know what they got to do with anything we were talking about. All I'm saying is dinosaurs got big for several reasons. One of the reasons is they got to the point where they had no competition. They literally was they was the top of everything on the planet Earth.
Yeah, but it was different types of dinosaurs, right? You had it was all different kinds, right? You even had armored dinosaurs, which in the book of Job, once again, it describes an armored type beast as well. That's a butte that's big as a tree. But from the sight of it, you'll shit your pants. Like, you ever seen a moose, bro? Like, this is just a segue. Like, a moose is massive. A moose is probably big as your car or something like that.
It is.
Right. So now dinosaur is much bigger than certain dinosaurs are way massive than a moose. Certain prehistoric animals like mammoths and saber-tooth tiger, they're massive. Why was things so big, right? Because you still had the predatory element there. You still had predators there. You had the megalodon shark. You had I named some already. And but anyway, that's the massive scale. Then you had other dinosaurs, right? Which they will fight, they will go against each other. So the predatory element was still there. But these things still grown to be massive. They towering, like some of the things that we have in the fossil record, right? That's not a randomness. That's all a design. If you think of, it's all about like
I
painting a
didn't say it was
picture.
random. I said it was because of competition and the ecology, the environment they live in, the amount of oxygen they were able to breathe. If something gets bigger and bigger, the herbivores are going to get big. And guess what? The predators are going to get big because they eat the herbivores. So if the herbivores getting big because they're eating all the plants and they don't have that much competition, right? Meaning when I go to the all-you-can-eat buffet, can't nobody stop me. I'm going to eat everything over here. I'm going to destroy this whole goddamn forest. I'm going to eat everything. And then they're going to grow and grow and grow and grow. And the predators going to grow because they eating the herbivores. And they getting all that protein from the herbivores. So you keep doing that over and over and over again. You're going to get some huge ass damn dinosaurs.
So
and
are you a pantheist?
A pantheist? No,
Yeah.
a pantheist. Aren't pantheists believing that the universe is God or something like that? I don't believe
They
that.
believe everything is explained by science.
No, that's not what I never heard a pantheist being explained like that.
Well,
because it's got the theist word in it, so they believe that everything is God. Yeah, everything is God.
Yeah, but the definition say something.
The universe is God. The earth is God. The nature is God. That's what they say.
Well, so all right, let me ask you this. So, if you believe that, do you agree that if there's an alternative explanation for something, like for as far as let's say the biblical record, right, or any ancient record, if there's an alternative explanation for it, that means that specific narrative didn't happen that way because it's an alternative explanation.
What narrative? The Bible?
Yeah. Because that's all you're giving me is alternative explanations.
What I'm saying is
to undermine the text.
I'm putting the text. You're undermining because I'm putting the text in its proper context. This is a text that was made up by men that lived in the Iron Age, and they were trying to explain reality the best way that they could with the information they had based on their experiences in Earth. That's why you hear the waters, and they're looking at seeds. I see seeds, so God must have created seeds the way we see them. They're looking at fruit. Oh, God must have created fruit. They look at trees. Oh, there's trees. God must have created. They're trying to explain everything around them.
But you study looking at it from the English standpoint, bro. I know that's the language that we know, right?
Oh,
so the word. So let me go back to it, right? Let me look at this word for you in the Hebrew.
It's truly describing the beginning or the earth or the universe, however you want to put it, as it develops. It would not be written in this way.
Grass right here is deshe, and it means a sprout, right? Tender, green herb, right? So the actual Hebrew word is.
All right, do the tree. Do the one for tree. Watch it be tree. Actual tree. Come on, bro.
All right, let's do tree, right? From its firmness, right? This is so the word tree, right? Is the root word. It comes from the word earth, from the word that becomes earth. It's well, not necessarily, but it's ayets, right? And it means, say, a tree from the firmness. Hence, hold on. Hence wood, right? So it's wood, timber, tree, wood, stuff like that. Stick. It's the upright and firmness of the tree.
You're putting the chicken before the egg. That's what the issue is. You can't have
the chicken came before the egg.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. You're putting in the egg before you know what I'm trying to say. You're putting,
a lot of people can't answer that.
Yeah, but that's the issue here. We're putting all these things that are fully formed. They don't have no early development stages. And we know these things develop from earlier forms of plant life.
Well, no, we really don't.
So when you said, "Oh, you're hoping to run into the forest, the house," that's what you're doing. You got fully formed plants, fully formed fruit-bearing plants, seed-bearing plants.
Mm-hmm.
The plants develop seeds so it can compete and reproduce. They didn't start off with seeds.
What? So hold on. So a man, right?
Come on, bro.
a man produces sperm. But you said that we don't start off with sperm as a man?
No, we're evolved. We're evolved animals. So somewhere down the line, one of our ancestors mutated and developed the ability to produce sperm or produce sexes the way we have now. Everything on this planet developed from earlier forms, especially organisms.
No, that's not true, man.
That's true that's definitely true for us. That's true for plants.
That's made up, and I know scientists that disagree with that notion, right? I know physicists that disagree with that notion. But what I would say is it's a good alternative explanation because early on the majority of the world was Christian, right? Especially in the later on in the Roman period, right? And
hey, wake A1 up, bro. I gotta get up at 6.
Even before then, right? Even in archaic times, with like Egyptian, Mesopotamian, or even some indigenous cultures, right? The Indus culture, they all say that it was a creator, right? They don't say that it just happened. They all points to whatever word that they use for a creator. That's what everything came from that. Nobody.
Right, so let's say there is a creator. Let's say there's a creator. Why can't it be a creator and still be a natural explanation for everything we see on the planet? Because all the evidence points to a natural explanation for everything on the planet. That everything developed from lower or lesser life forms. Everything that we see.
No, I agree with no. That's actually true. But what it says, they being fruitful and they're multiplying, right? But the origin, everything comes from a singularity. Remember, so if the universe can go back to a certain point, a singularity, right? Then why can't life? And if you look at it from the theory of evolution. If you go all the way back, it's going to all go back to a single organism, right? Single cell organism, which evolved into a multi-cell organism. And then it goes into what? I'm talking about prokaryotes and I forgot how to say the other.
Eukaryotes, prokaryotes and eukaryotes.
Eukaryotes, right? So it all goes back to those things. That's a certain which leads back to elements and stuff like that. So it's saying that it always goes back to a certain point, right? Well, a singularity, and that's all the scriptures is saying. So I'm saying that, but that's for everything though. I'm saying that it didn't.
The scripture ain't saying that
like that, but everything has its what's it called? So you have the main, you have the proto of everything, man. Certain animals, different animals of different kinds, right? It's a prototype of all those that was created first, and then it has that reproduction process and evolution and adaptation, and then all that stuff, and the genetic mutations and whatever, all that happens down the line from that single point, just like how they say the Big Bang.
I'm gonna say that I need A1 to wake up so I can go to sleep. So look, and day 4 you get the sun and the moon, which don't make no damn sense because you got plants.
Go ahead.
You got plants and you got a fully formed earth. Come on, bro. Like, we being silly. The Bible also says nothing ate meat and everything ate herbs before the flood, which don't make sense because we can show you that animals preyed on other animals for millions of years. That have been predators on this planet. So I don't know what this is talking about. The animals are gonna go back.
Animals started to eat meat when Adam sinned. That's when they started. That's when the earth was cursed.
Can you give me that verse where it says animals started to eat meat? Because
no, but that's when the earth was cursed. That's when death was brought into the world or something like that.
It says here everything ate herbs. Hold on, let me get it.
That's when let me see.
Hey, one, wake up, man. I gotta go to work in the morning, man. I'm tripping. I gotta get up at 6.
No, go ahead. I'm try to call
he gotta close the damn show. Hold on, real quick. What's that verse? It says they ate herbs.
Bro, I don't know how you let them people get you about the truth, bro. It say, see, I gave you every right here, Genesis 1:29. God said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of the earth, and every tree, which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. So now, what about this science right here? What is this saying? Right? Say, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of the earth, in every tree in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. So it's so break that down. It is to you it shall be for meat, and every beast of the earth, and every fowl of the air, and everything that creepeth upon the earth, wherein is life, I have given every green herb for meat, and it was so. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah. The green herb for meat. So, well, I will give you a caveat. The only caveat you got is you can say, well, that only applied to humans, even though humans wouldn't even exist in the beginning. I don't know how that worked. But
no,
I guess
what this is describing is a time where there was no.
But in Isaiah, in the book of Isaiah, it says, "Oh, the lion will eat grass" or something like that. Like, no,
yeah. Where it say the lion and the wolf gonna eat straw together or something like that, right?
It would never work because the way they function off of predation. They gotta eat protein.
Yeah, but that's so
diet is built on that.
Yeah, a lot of people get that and they mess that up. Even so, like even when it's saying that it's using animal, but it's more so it's using idioms, right? Or allegories, analogies, right? It's metaphorically it's using natural things like parables, right? It's using natural things that people can understand, lions in the grass, to show how the Israelites and the Gentiles is going to be together or something like that.
I guess so, man. I guess so. All I'm saying is
showing that people won't be no death and stuff like that.
It get worse. I'm gonna give you the quick recap, then I'm going to bed. So when you read the rest of Genesis 1, you got fish and birds being created in the same day, which don't make no damn sense because you need land animals to develop into flying animals. You don't just have flying animals without land animals.
We don't know that.
Yes, I do. I literally do. Birds literally evolved from theropod dinosaurs. Literally.
Right. But those dinosaurs came from what? The water, right?
No.
Yes, they did.
No, dinosaurs are land animals.
The land animals came from what? Aquatic / terrain animals.
All animals come from aquatic animals, but your book says that birds and fishes, all the water animals,
right, but
here at the same time.
Yeah, but that's describing something that happened before. So, but what I'm saying is, we not there to witness that. But and when we look in the fossil record, we understood they have an explanation, a narrative that the flying the birds and the land animals came from the water. They came from aquatic animals. Now, how is the that
How
what
the
is
hell
the
that
this is
earth?
what I'm telling you. What is the probability of ancient texts getting that right? Whether if it's a period of time or however
They
you want
got
to
it
slice
wrong.
it.
I'm telling you, they got it all the way wrong. It's all the way wrong.
How?
Because fish and all of the sea life, right? Which includes mammals, by the way, because whales are in this included in the sea life, and we know and dolphins, and they evolved from land animals because mammals are land animals. Bats fly, and they're mammals that can fly. Birds are literally evolved reptiles. So you need land animals that you're not getting it. You don't even get land animals until the fifth day, which don't make no goddamn sense.
Man, all right, bro. We'll deal with it. I got a whole book about the sciences in the Bible. I got tons of astrophysicists and naturalists and geologists that's saying that the narrative is true, right? And you can also find it in ancient indigenous cultures as well, saying the same thing. And the probability of that all happening is not by chance, bro. It's showing a singularity, a single understanding. Um, you gravitate to out of Africa theory, different things of that. Even that, everything goes back to a certain point, to a singularity. But I'm gonna let you go.
Yeah. Call him and tell him to end this damn show, man. I'm just trying to hold it down. I gotta go to bed, bro.
Let me get his number.
So I can get my little 3 hours of sleep and be tired. And when they ask me why I was tired tomorrow, I was arguing with niggas all night. That's what I'm gonna tell them. On the Coliseum of arguments.
What's this? A1.
Yeah, I'm gonna get some shut eye, bro. I'm out, man. VM.
All right, shalom. Friends number 9. A1. I know the comments was going crazy the whole time. Say that man, whole voice is shocking. They say the Bible believer talking. They say the Bible believer talking isn't trying to debate. He's preaching. Or the Bible believer that's talking. They say then whole voice is shaky. He isn't gonna debate. That man whole voice is shaky. He ain't gonna debate nothing. What? Then set up a debate. I'll debate you. They say so when it's lateral and when is it ethereal? All this preaching and no debate. Oh yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't debate somebody that brother claimed that he's undefeated, that he's 19-0. So I wouldn't want to give him his first technical loss, but I will give him a loss. Which is crazy enough. Hold on. Damn, I don't even know if I got A1 number. I just called. Oh, here you go, right here. But yeah, man.
Please leave your message for.
A1. Don't the string end like when it's like six?
305 610. Please leave your message for 305610.
Yeah, he out of there. He gonna have to just edit this because I'm trying to get up out of here. Matter of fact, you know what I'll do? I'll probably I'll just go